a stream. Let's see here. Test my sound quality first. I got to see my qualities. How do I sound tonight? Okay. I don't hear any sound hitching. I don't hear weird background noises or audio artifacts. I think my sound is decently good for the evening. That was a little loud for a second because I got my microphone a little close to my mouth. There we go. That should be decently well. Get those headphones switched out. Now let's fix my stream title. Okay. Let's go to the YouTubes. And do the stuff here. That clicky. Fix the title. I just finished up on the station. Killed the Vries finally. Rifts are getting bad. Time to see where we go next. Alright. Here. And we copy the link for our ad. Back to Twitch. Dip off to the channel for just a moment before going back to the dashy board. Drop that link right there. Copy and paste. And there is ad number 1 for the evening. Browser. That is 5. And 6. Lovely. Make sure the titles are all updated. Make sure the categories are also right. I will not need this. I'm in.
On a scale of 1 to soil my trousers violently, how concerned should I be about this whole rift situation?
Soil my trousers violently. Sprat examined. I had skill points and stuff I forgot about from last time. I'm gonna go with lockpicking again and guns. Okay, perks. Perks. What can I take in perks? Ninja. While sprinting or sliding, incoming attacks against you have an increased chance to be outright avoided. Increasing your evasion. This is increased further when in light or medium armor. Bullet shield for damage resistance and base health. That's always nice. My gear is almost never all from the same brand, so I'm not even gonna look at that. Critical chance, an additional 15 against strong enemies. Damage increased. Commando additional weapon slot. shotgun, special weapons, assault rifles. Slowly reload automatically. I don't really use most of those. Special weapons, I do have one or two that I like, but I don't use most of those. Additional critical chance, pistols and SMGs. I do use pistols, but not so much SMGs. Now, if this was pistols and marksman rifles, yeah, I would use the hell out of that. Deep drums for magazine size. I don't use those weapons much. Hail of lead, automatic or burst fire. Don't like. I don't care. Shotgun and SMGs, don't care. Manual reset. Auto mechanicals are stunned and damage max. Additional damage to them. Can hack them, force them to restart. Can reset unaware by sneaking up. Yeah, I don't do the hack, but the extra auto mechanical damage isn't terrible. Wait. Psychopath. Additional weapon slot. Gunrunner. Automatics. Yeah, manual reset. Pickpocket. I don't care for pickpockets. Bit transfer. Bounty terminals have an option to immediately cash out bits by hacking into bank accounts. Once an account is drained, you'll need to earn 7,200 experience points to access the accounts again. This is just for easy money, but I don't really need that much money. I don't buy much. There's a keyhole. Contents of locked containers can be viewed. Maybe? Face reader. Conversations. Options that reduce reputation. Don't really care. No, electrocuted. Faster when dealing shock damage. I do have a weapon that I like to use that's shock. Additionally, weak automax becomes scrambled rather than paralyzed. Attack their allies for duration. Strong enemies such as leeches and bosses cannot be scrambled until their health has been sufficiently reduced. 20% more stacks of electrocuted apply. That's not bad. Hostile observer rapid recharge. Dropping 10% on his gadget energy recharges faster. Assassin. After scoring a kill from stealth, I don't really. Well, I guess I do get kills from stealth. I just don't do melee kills from stealth. I do ranged kills from stealth after scoring kill. Your movement speed is dramatically increased. Ghost. If you're crouched when an NPC starts messing with you, camouflage for short durations. Cooldown between activations which decreases based on sneak skill. Yeah, I'm not really putting points into sneak itself. I would like to see what pickpocket bag check. See the contents of a person's inventory. Negotiator, that's speech. Sleight of hands. That's to boost pickpockets. Punch a melee, sneak, slow more, evasion chance while in tactical time dilation, plus 1 energy on evading damage. In-ray scanner and 6 science, 20% weak spot damage. Gas energy deflection apparatus. Without spending energy. Cooldown between automatic. That's to go through the Xyranium gas. In-ray scanners, targeting scanner. Sprayer prayer. Anti-acidic dematerializer. Requires 10 or more total perks purchased. Xyranium power. Xyranium absorption. Energy. Recharges faster based on the amount of xyranium poisoning you have accumulated. The Inradiator. Science 20. Sneak, assassin, sneak, speech. Bunch of speech. Okay, these are all medicals. Perception, pickpocket. Leadership. Hack. Guns, lucky strikes. Guns 20. Critical hits do significantly more damage. Critical hits that kill cause the target to explode and deal damage to nearby hostiles. Wow, 100% critical damage. That's 20% of nearby hostiles' health damage. Deals 20% of nearby hostiles' health in damage on killing. What? That doesn't do 20% of target hostiles' health in damage? Because that would make more sense. It might be mistyped. Okay, I need guns and sneak for suppressionist. Oof, minus 75% firing noise and 100% attack. Guns of any type with silencers make no noise whatsoever. What? They actually become silencers and not just suppressors. Commando multitasker. Your holstered weapons reload automatically when you normally reload your active weapon. Guns. Commando. Shiny new toy. Gain a bonus to damage for a moderate duration after swapping weapons. Demolitionist. Explosives. Grenadier. Where is what's it called? Nature's Friend? Is that? I need medical for that. Yeah, I'm not going to be getting that. Alright, not super worried about it then. Ghost. I'm not sure what to take. So which one of these should I shoot for? Bonus to damage for moderate duration after swapping weapons. Guess that wouldn't be too bad. If I go with Commando, then I can work toward that. That which also works toward this. Holstered weapons reload automatically when you manually reload your active weapon. Guns 20. Requires 11 or more total perks purchased. I've got 8. These. Just 10% companion ability charge time. XP from companion kills plus 8%. Bag check. Sleight of hands. See, I don't care about pickpocket. So where's Commando? What does Commando do? Unlock additional weapon equipment slot. Guess I could work toward that. Critical hit chance with all weapons against all enemies. Sure. I'll go with Commando. Alright, and that opens up another equipment slot. So, electricity, the chain spark cannon. I don't think I'm going to run with that. Death sentence. Doom counter. Spot puts a doom counter. Target. That sounds interesting. This is short rounds. Long, large, short. I've already got a weapon using short rounds. This does more. But the other one is, I like it because it does more in an area. So, shells, slug thrower, single heavy damage projectile, great against armor. Not built for shotties though. The simplifier, pinpoint assassin, has near perfect accuracy. No fall off point for bullet damage by range. What? Has a custom modular scope with variable zoom range. Toggle with quick melee while at 8, yes. Huh. Let's see what that is. I can't pull them out while I'm here. Alright. So I can go to Dorado. Don't let its Arcadia backed landscape fool you, although bereft of seas and rivers. Dorado is coveted for its beautiful ore resources and status as a Goldilocks moon that required no terraforming to support human colonization. Its distinctive gilded sheen derives from its ironstone deposits. The undisputed claim, the flagship of Anti's choice, the undisputed claim has everything an interstellar corporation needs in a spacefaring home office, executive suites, meeting rooms, troop barracks, hangar bays, medical facilities, upscale dining, downscale dining, nightlife, even a bustling shopping center in Valley Madden. Esplanade. Cloister. Ice Moon's eccentric orbit around Elysium barely keeps it in the habitable zone. It remains to Laplace's garden. Orderly ascended stronghold. Cloister's permafrost provides the perfect housing for the archive, the largest computation machine ever built. This calculatory device is liquid cooled to a functional temperature by Cloister's subsurface sea. Praetor, this grim moon owes its foreboding nature to unique orbital mechanics. Tidally locked in Elysium shadow, Praetor's surface remains in perpetual darkness, lit by the bioluminescence of native fungi and nocturnal predators. An overabundance of atmospheric voltage breaks the landscape of electrical storms. Praetor's only habitable sectors like mitigation stations and dune settlements. Huh. I think I'm gonna go to Free Market first, so that I can turn in the quests that I have. Complication with the computronic cerebrum. Talk Anti's choice or the Order into helping take the archive. Protectorate defenses at the archive may be hard to topple on our own. Seeking out reinforcements from the Order, from the other factions in the region may be two choices might be willing to help you gain access to your archive. Their representatives can be found on the undisputed claim. The Order might be willing to help you gain access to the archive. Visit their headquarters at Laplace's Garden. Utilize the archive to access the Rift data. An instrument to unfold space and time. Locate and acquire the prototype Rift modulator from the Interstitial Reconfiguration Center. Oh, come on. Ugh, I hate when that happens. I felt a sneeze coming and it abandoned me. Alright, second choice bartender. Yes, I think I'm going to do this. Interrupted by a group of hostile automechs. I've been eliminated, recover, reconvene with Tristan. Yeah, I can now return to second choice bartender. Let's do that. First and foremost, I shall Free Market Station. I like the way you two work together, so I think I'm going to keep Niles and Marisol. There is one more person that I don't have yet, so we shall see. Enemy alliance thwarted. Foe schemes fall to ruin thanks to the perfectly predicted expansion of the Space Rift.
How are the informant lines treating you? Hear anything good?
Not terribly. My only field down is Patriot
Greetings again. Hope that little day excursion you and I jawed about is going well. Libations or information? What's your poison?
We've been to the camp you wanted us to
The
look
encampment had been razed. I'm sorry to say there were no survivors, but I believe we were able to uncover what transpired.
at. It wasn't easy.
We
but
managed
did
to
it.
accomplish our goals. This counts for more than a little, I'd say.
I'm surprised. Didn't know if you had it in you, especially with an Arbiter in tow. But you got what was needed. Not bad at all. I'd be happy to direct you to the broker. First, though, we've got a small issue. There's a malfunctioning lamp in the basement I need someone to take a look at. Here's a keycard to get you down there. All right?
What is this menial labor crap? I just completed your task. I think I see what you're doing.
Sharp. I like it. Thank you kindly.
Come on, you two. Get in here. I'm doing this. This is my pay. Hell. So what's up here? This is just a way in here without dealing with the bartender, I see. Steel Venetian mask. Guy's asleep. Not my ass, it's his. Terminal locked, enter a passcode. Is he dead or asleep? Okay, no, there is gentle movements of his shoulders. He is asleep. Wow, he's deep asleep. Francis Lynn.
Yeah, how about this? I recruited a Protectorate subject direct leg from Bastion, middle of a Protectorate holding.
Think I'll congratulate you for risking your hide to recruit one subject? Forgive me for withholding my applause.
You're jealous of my charms.
Yeah, real jealous. So are the half-dozen ACAD execs I recruited last week. We're all just vomitous with envy.
Vomitous, huh? Russell Cutthroat, Russell Hooligan. Okay, nobody has names. So that one is important. There's a hooligan. I'll take a couple of energy canisters, why not? I'm gonna look around your room. Sub Rosa headquarters, stash room. It's only 27. Long round, stone. Alright then, Francis.
Anyone had asked me, I'd have put the odds of a live arbiter finding his way into my chambers at 1 in a few trillion. Good that you didn't come here for blood, Arbiter Rao. Barney would have sniffed it out and broken you in twain. And I do disdain mopping up Protectorate corpses.
I thought Sub Rosa was supposed to see me as a friend. Why make me jump through
My
hoops?
apologies. Barney is sometimes overzealous in the guarding of my body. Though, when it comes to Protectorate arbiters, it is perhaps warranted.
If you know who I am, you must know why I'm here. My mentor died under vague circumstances, and I desire any information pertaining to the specifics of her death.
Interesting. That question appears to be at odds with High Command's public statement on the matter. Losing faith in your masters?
No. But I cannot shake the sensation that something was awry with her passing. If you know something, tell me. Please.
I could get used to this kind of groveling. Your instincts are right, Arbiter. Though we don't know the specifics. I received information that your mentor's body bore signs of a fight, and a nasty one. Someone killed her.
I take it that was what you suspected,
Yes.
Tristan?
Yes, it was. I'd hoped to be proven wrong, but vindication has cemented my resolve. I shall uncover what happened, no matter what.
If that's all, I think you'd best get along. I prefer not to sully my quarters with Protectorate lackeys. Live ones, anyhow.
And I prefer to limit my time with scheming blackguards. Let us take our leave from present company. Speak to me outside if you would. There's something I'd care to ask you.
Are you about to join me, Tristan?
Run along now. I've spent more than enough time entertaining wayward sprats.
Oh, I thought I had a reason for talking to him, too. I suppose I did not.
The role of the Arbiter typically does not require the assistance of others. We are expected to act as wholly independent entities. But I fully realize that had I not your aid today, my investigation's progress would have stalled and withered. During our investigation, I gauged your trustworthiness and did not find it wanting. What say we travel together?
An agent of the Protectorate would lower himself to work with a third party? Why do you want to travel with me? How do I know I can trust you? Fine, but you have to follow my rules. No, I don't want to deal with someone like you breathing down my neck. An agent of the Directorate. Why do you want to travel?
I think you have earned forthrightness. I came to Free Market Station to seek the true killer of my mentor, the Supreme Arbiter. Sub Rosa deals in information, and were thusly my best lead on her killer. They gave me less than I'd hoped, but it was at least a start. Unfortunately, I cannot act truly alone. I have no ship, and no support.
Has the Protectorate sanctioned this investigation?
My
of yours?
colleagues have accepted that her death was a natural one. Questioning an explanation of that nature is foolish, dangerous even. Nonetheless, the circumstances of her death trouble me. I cannot allow myself to accept the explanation that's been put forth without investigating to the fullest of my abilities.
Who do you think?
I do not know your allegiance, and accordingly shall not speculate. Suffice it to say, for now, that I fear the true killer is within the Protectorate.
I'd think that a high-ranking Arbiter would have their own ship.
Utilizing one of our craft for independent purposes would have rendered me conspicuous. I knew Sub Rosa would offer steady transport as long as I paid their exorbitant fees, just as I knew they would collect information on my every movement. But I neither trust them nor have the funds to continue this relationship for much longer. You, on the other hand, have proven to be a capable partner.
How do I know I can trust
I
you?
hold my word in highest regard. Were I to pledge allegiance to you, the pact would be nigh unbreakable, barring some extreme action on your part.
I suppose I'm convinced. You can accompany me, but you need to follow my orders.
I will keep to my convictions in any case, but I understand. What instructions would you have me follow?
I will be dealing with people of multiple factions. No killing them without my go.
I should have considered this eventuality. I will listen to your words, and I shall follow your orders. I will not assail enemies of the Protectorate without your consent, though I will not like it. But if my sense of duty outpaces my willingness to comply with an order, or if you attack my brethren unprovoked, our relationship will come to an abrupt end.
Seems
Excellent.
reasonable.
I hope our working relationship is most fruitful. I'm sure we shall discover much together.
Rubbing shoulders with Protectorate arbiters now, are we? I'll reserve judgment. Hopefully, he can as well.
I'll meet you on the ship later.
Very well. I shall locate whichever craft seems the most out of place, for something tells me this shall lead me to yours. See you again shortly.
Indeed. Recruited all companions. Interesting. I now have a Protectorate Arbiter on my team. I did not expect that. Huh. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. Curious case of a cantankered chief. Cantankered chief. Security officer needs to be told the chief likely died from eating crabble. Fort endurance. Okay, no, that's not going to do that. I know what that is. That's not going to happen. An order archivist you encountered has asked you to uncover events related to this. Acquire Otto's information. A merchant in the bazaar. Otto Reisling may know something about the crash. Prospero Paulo. Charged with a special brand of alcohol sold by an automech in the bazaar. The order archivist pointed you to a few places to search. The saloon, the bazaar, Subros headquarters. Dawn of a glorious betrayal. I would think I'm going to go back and do that before I continue with the things as well. The pursuit of the partite pentaptic. A mural piece. Yeah, I'm not sure where that last one was. Probably won't get to finish that one either. Collection of rogues. The card collector. Okay, let's go back to that. Is there upstairs in here somewhere? Yes, there is. My collection should be the envy of many. Field F. Wall.
Back. If you seek entry to my wares, you must engage me your sports card collection, though you shall not prevail.
Laws, do you ever turn it off? Just tell me if I have enough. I have some here. On
Sporting.
guard.
Let us do battle. That's an impressive number of cards, my friend, but not... Wait a moment. No. Your cards. You have multiple that I do not. Your collection has defeated me.
You are a worthy adversary, but not worthy enough.
Though this defeat leaves the taste of dirt and blood in my mouth, I am not dishonorable. I present to you my other collected wares. I have no doubt they shall impress.
Let us see. Tori Hess? The hell?
Greetings again.
Let's see.
You may have defeated me last time, but I shall rise from the ashes someday. In the meantime, you're welcome to browse my collection.
How's your
In the
card
wake
collection?
of my defeat, I've taken a brief break. I'm contemplating what I might collect next. I've heard sprats are rarely born with mutations like extra toes and acid vision. Perhaps I'll start an exotic sprat farm. Then I could pit my sprats against opposing farm sprats. Battle sprats. Imagine the merchandising opportunities. Eat your heart out, Auntie Cleo. Behold.
Let's see what you've got. Alright, Spectrum Dance Saber. What? Perform the prompted dance action to keep the beat alive. Prototype weapon intended to motivate soldiers through song. Unfortunately, R&D failed to consider the effects of combining dance and wickedly sharp weapons. Okay. A pitch ball machine. Holy crap. Fires explosive pitch balls. Damage increases with number of collected toss ball and pitch ball cards. This is quite the heavy weapon. A new point of view Mark II, 30% magazine size. Neotech Imaging Mark II. See the world through a cutting-edge digital filter. If you are defeated while wearing this helmet, you may pay 2,000 bits to continue. Upon revive, 50% damage resistance for 30 seconds. I mean, I might get this just for the novelty, but I doubt I'd ever use it. Ooh, man, that is quite expensive, though. Take half my money right there. Jackpot. That is a melee weapon. Cha-ching! Hit at least 3 times for a free spin. Match 2 reels for a prize. Match all 3 to win the jackpot. Is that a slot machine on a stick? To hell? Trauma kit, bypass shunt, some mini rockets, pitchball card, Matt Booty. For an extra crit chance, a collectible card that permanently grants a bonus to your stats once found. Sure. I'll grab that. Man, some of these are good God. Super expensive. I'm not doing a melee build, so I'm not taking that. I'm not buying that, even though it is quite impressive. I'm not doing melee, so I'm not grabbing that. Yeah, I just don't think I'm going to grab any of that. That's interesting, but no thank you. No thank you indeed. Just happened to have a build going where I don't need any of those items. Maybe if she updates her inventory in the future, I might come back. Who knows? Last voyage of the ACS free market. Collect compression coils. Alright, let's see if I can acquire Otto's information and an automech in the bazaar. Both of these are in the bazaar. I'm looking for Otto and an
Protect
automech.
your loved ones, protect yourself. Buy some new armor today.
Buy from me and live to tell your fellows about my store.
Scorched Dowler.
Calling all former protectorates. Join our training group to learn, fundamental skills.
Former Protectorate Support Group? Former Protectorate Subjects.
Well now, you have an ineffable air of intrigue about you. Weren't raised Protectorate, were you? Who are you?
Dino, Earth
I
Director.
probably should know what that is, but I don't. Sounds real legitimate, though. Sorry, I'm Millie Mealing. I started a training group here to help ex-Protectorate subjects adjust to having to care for and, well, think for themselves. We also try to reconnect them with loved ones. Know the concept of community can be alien to most, but we occasionally enlist aid from wayfaring travelers like yourself. Try to, that is.
Does your group have a
Not
name?
officially. Not yet, that is. We discussed a few, like First Steps or Community for Community. The Group Betterment Alliance was another. Somebody suggested the Unparadigmatic, but that sounded rather like the Order to me. like you need to think about it a while, then it still doesn't make much sense. Someone proposed the Awful Freedom Association, which prompted a spontaneous collegial embrace around them from all of us. This isn't easy on everybody, you know?
The Awful Freedom Association. Citizens for the Advancement of Common Knowledge. Individuals for mutual improvement. Subject to change. I like that. We talk about this other matter. Citizens for the Advancement of Common Knowledge. Subject to change.
That's kind of clever. Next time the group meets, I'll propose it. Now, as I was saying, sometimes we do need a little assistance.
Might be able to help. Depends what it involves.
The mental refreshment facility on Praetor. Not sure what you know about the process, but we were told all our lives to volunteer others for treatment was a blessing. To replenish someone's zeal and ensure our perfect society ran perfectly. What they didn't tell us was the person who comes back weren't always the same.
So
wish we had. They never said. You weren't meant to ask neither. My father, he liked to alter official protectorate songs to make them about his favorite pitchball club. Wasn't expressly prohibited, but it was different.
Who turned your father in?
I'd rather not say, if it's all the same to you.
Let me take a wild guess. It was you,
Guess
wasn't
my
it?
guilt must be visible from space. Yes. Before I came here, before I learned the truth about mental refreshment, I was the one. I reported my father like a good protectorate subject.
Why not break out your dad on
All
your
of
own?
us here lack much in the way of appreciable, applicable skills, honestly. Used to spend our days programming automechs to do work for us. The idea of sneaking past guards, possibly fighting them, fast-talking our way in? Me and the others are still struggling with, you know, the basics of commerce. Pretty sure we're being charged 3 times the going rate for everything around here. If you want to know how that's going for us.
Did you leave the Protectorate once you heard the truth about refreshment?
Didn't learn about all their lies till later. Took our settlement being deemed a recreant locality for most of us to leave. One morning, we were all marked for death because Auntie's Choice had seized a grain silo on the edge of town. They expected us to die in its defense. Most of us have similar stories. None are quite used to fending for ourselves. Things like bargaining, manual labor, asking questions. Sugar. Have each other, though. Good. If you make it past the guards outside, you could maybe present yourself at the front desk as a walk-in, a subject voluntarily turning themselves in for mental refreshment. Look for my father inside. Name's Waylon. Waylon Mealing. Might have to convince him to go, depending... don't want to think about what he's been through. Hope he's all right. We'll post someone out back to wait for him, where the guards don't patrol. Meet me here afterward.
You take care of each other. I'll take care.
I can't tell you how much this means to me. Do mind how you go.
Pardon our noise. My compatriot and I are always trying to identify those who have suffered, like us.
How's all this, freedom treating you?
If you the tooth pain,
Is it
you
not?
know who to visit.
Nothing tastes right here. It's all so sweet, right? How's anybody stand it? Nobody except except us seems to notice.
Doc Halverson.
Get caught unawares all you like. My armor will keep you safe. Only thing dependable as my gear are my prices. Happy to have you. Tell me what you need.
Guess I have been to this one before. You have no name.
Buy from me and live to tell your... Mind telling me if I still got both my eyebrows? Never mind. They were just slowing me down anyway. Browse all you like. Everything I've got is fine-tuned to perfection. Buy from me and live to tell your fellows about my store.
My contraptions don't explode no more. Honest. Hello once more. I guarantee you some of my inventions will be working soon. In the meantime, I've plenty of miscellanea for sale.
I want to ask you about the crash of the free market again.
I prefer to focus on the present and the future, and not things that may or may not keep me awake in the dark and lonesome hours of the night.
You'd think you'd want to answer potential
You'd
customers'
need to
questions.
purchase much more from my stock for me to consider such a course of action. I prefer to focus on the present and the future, and
answer
not
the question,
things that
Otto. You're wasting my time.
I don't think that'd be smart. I need to keep my mind free of trauma if I want to improve my workflow.
No offense, but you don't seem like much of a
None
merchant.
taken. I never intended to be. But when life breaks your jaw and shoots out your knees, may as well learn to get good at crawling, right? Be happy to show you.
Well, what have you got? Vacuum tube, coagular mushroom. I mean, I don't have any coagular mushrooms. Just in case. Crescenite. I don't know about those. Gears and screws, springs, ferrochromium, heartless Lephoria, magnet, black powder, energy canisters. If I buy half of his springs.
Hello once more. I guarantee you some of my inventions will be working soon. In the meantime, I've plenty of miscellanea for sale.
Oh, well, maybe if I come back at a later date. So where's this robot?
Meals currently served with
shit.
both salt and pepper. Available today only. If you became violently ill after eating here, please feel free to write our stall an angry letter, then burn it. What may this unit rehydrate for you?
I wanted to ask about acquiring your iceberg aged whiskey.
Scanning. Customer has not transfigured into Prospero Paulo since last visit. Unit cannot vend alcohol until this occurs.
Are you sure? Let me open you up. Remove your individual identification array.
Scanning error.
There.
Cannot ascertain identity of current customer. Purging all vending restrictions. Eliminating one restriction. Vending iceberg aged whiskey complete. Thank you for your patronage.
Cool. Alright, so where is Prospero?
Jarman's here. Come ganderize.
Looks like this is the second choice. Second
If you lost
floor?
it, I'm selling it.
No, not the second floor.
As it happens, standing in one place and focusing on not being nervous does not, in fact, help one not be nervous.
Somebody put an order in for a bottle of iceberg.
My friend. Excellent. Thank you. Very well. You wish to know about the crash, yes? Are you prepared for a sordid tale of drama and woe? Everyone knows that the free market's captain was a hopeless romantic, especially disposed to giving too much of her heart to those inclined to break it. The final betrayal came from a dashing rogue smuggler who vanished with most of her bits. The good captain had about all she could endure. With nothing to live for, the aggrieved captain sent the free market into a suicidal tailspin. The crew attempted to wrest the controls from her to save them from their fate, but alas, too late. That's all I know. I thank you for your help once again. And now I must get ready for my set.
I need engineering 5. I need brawny or sneak. I can't get, yeah, brawny's a trait, not a perk. That I'd have to have picked that at the beginning of the game. There are a lot of things that brawny lets you do. Holy crap. When I play through this game again, I'm gonna have to be a brawny character. Almost feels mandatory at this point. Sorry, but after the last 16 thefts, I had to assemble this locking system. My apologies to those of you who've been pawning my belongings to feed yourselves. Oh! I got one. Nope. Gotta be that. Okay. Okay, it's the only one that makes that noise. This one. There. 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 Those are the four that make us extra. That does a thing. If I turn that off, that happens. Doesn't work. None of the others work. 3, 4. Wait. Also turns them all off. One. I wonder if there's any kind of a hint. This is acting like there's a rift in this corner somewhere. $16 thefts. $4, $8, $11. Interesting. But not anything I'm gonna figure out anytime soon. There is a rift.
Greetings. How has the data collection fared?
I think I've collected all the information I'm going to
Finally,
get.
a breakthrough. Let's hear it. How did the ACS free market meet its end?
A local gossip mentioned it was due to a heartbroken...
So their highest-ranking troops can't even put aside personal issues for the collective. That can't be healthy. Aside from the crash, what occurred in the ship's final moments?
The crew tried to overpower the captain, but they weren't able to stop her.
An incompetent captain and an incompetent crew. Tisk tisk. Last question. Were there any contributing factors to the crash? Anything that might recontextualize what actually happened? Lacking this information is especially unfortunate, but very well. I suppose that's all I'll be able to get from you. This report is going to bear some glaring absences, which is unfortunate. Still, I wouldn't have been able to get this far without your help. here's something for your time. It would have been more if I'd been able to complete this, but there's nothing for that now.
Indeed, there's not. So what did you conclude from
Auntie's
what I gave
choice
you?
seems to be inundated with its own problems, technical and personnel alike. We should have ample opportunity to use this for propaganda purposes.
Wait, what? I thought you were compiling a historical...
I am! If Free Market Station survives the war, this will be a very important historical account. But if the Order fails in Arcadia, none of that will matter. I'm just making the most of what you gave me.
Nobody you... Wow. Can't say I appreciate it, but at least I understand.
I'm glad
reasons.
we're of like minds. I'll be sure to notify my friends in the Order that you can be trusted. Now I need to get this report to my superiors. Thanks again.
I think I was going to get Otto's information with this character.
Look like quite the haul. Any standout? Couple dozen.
Alright, and now I go off to do this. Which means I'm back to using the two sneaky stabbies, so to speak. The one is much more stabby, but still very sneaky. Back to Eden. Horror, Eden. Horror. 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 Alright, Niles, no. Asa, yes. Kill Hierarch Ziegler at the last remnants of the thing in the police. Last remnants of the renegade glorious dawn. So. Okay, and it looks like I'm gonna need to go to here. If I remember rightly, I couldn't find a way to get up to that building last time. Unless I just completely overlooked it, which is possible. Either way, I'm not gonna overlook it now.
Recharge for me!
Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Investigating hostile intentions.
Really?
Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Oof, this thing hurts.
These traitors was invigorating, but their leader still needs to be dealt with. That I'm really going to enjoy.
Rift anomaly.
Why are you still alive? There's been some ghastly mistake. We must speak on the latest revelation before you compound it by killing me.
Triple barrel shotgun.
You're obviously unaware that you've been officially marked for death. Otherwise, you'd have killed yourself and saved us all the trouble. It's unfortunate I was unable to inform you of this before you killed so many loyal members of the Dawn. But so be it. Glad we were able to clarify all of that. Well?
I'm thinking I'd normally just kill this idiot where he stands, but I must know what in the architect's name he's going on about. Ziegler, what's got into your brain pan? You used to be a dedicated member of the Dawn. How could you think there was a legitimate kill order on me?
You were revealed as a betrayer through the sanctified channel. How can you disobey a revelation from on high, when you yourself exhorted us constantly to never do such?
You make a compelling point. But then again, so does my knife. Let me introduce you to it.
Wait, maybe we shouldn't be so
Why
hasty.
the fuck not?
Why the fuck not? I mean... We're not going to try to get to the bottom of what gibberish this is, or actually suss out if he is just telling a lie to try to save his own skin, which is probably the case. Instead of curiosity. Speech 5, and required info that I haven't found. I just thought it'd be funnier if he thought he had a chance before you killed him.
You're such the jester, Commander. You actually had me going there for a minute. Now, where were we? Oh, that's right. It's time to stick Ziegler here like a cysty pig on a spit.
Mind the hostile. Vitals are in the red, Commander. I have a fix on their weaknesses.
I can't believe what Hierarch Ziegler was saying. How could there be an official kill order out on me? The poor fools probably thought they were just fulfilling their duty.
Couldn't the message have been
If
fake?
only it were that simple. It should be impossible for someone to infiltrate our communication systems, especially when it comes to a high-level communique. Unless they somehow have our codes. This could only mean that one of our members has been compromised.
Do you regret killing them?
Of course not. What a ridiculous question.
What could I possibly have
I'm sure
been
I don't
thinking?
know.
What are you going to do?
That's the
now?
question, isn't it? The only answer I can think of involves our communication devices. There is someone who would have tried to contact me to warn me. Someone who wouldn't have been taken in by a faked kill order.
How would that work? Wouldn't any message from them just be
Not from
intercepted?
him. He was different from most of these slack-jawed sprat bastards. I knew him from before. Long before the Glorious Dawn. We had a secret code we used to hide things from our parents before... Well, never mind that.
Never mind what. You can't just say something like that and expect me to
Very
ignore
well.
it.
Let's just say that he was forbidden to associate with me and leave it at that. Anyway, if he used that code to embed a message to me within a Dawn missive, no one would have even known it was there. It's strange there isn't a comm device here. Ziegler must have communicated with his cell in Golden Ridge before coming to this place. Well, no matter, we'll find one. I know we have camps on Cloister and Praetor, but I'm not sure of the exact locations. I'd like to try to find one and clear it out so I can access one of our devices. Hopefully, it will bring me that much closer to whoever it is I need to kill to put an end to this nonsense.
Sounds like a good idea. Glorious Dawn Kill Order. This datapad was found on Hierarch Ziegler, leader of the Paradise Island Glorious Dawn cell. It contains an official kill order for Aza to be carried out by any and all Dawn members. Aza's mod kit. Give us supplies to mod and upgrade Aza's knife and armor. Visit workbench to select. Marisol, 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 Marisol. Okay. I have nothing else to do here. There is another rift here, but seems to be it. So let us return to the ship. Here, let's go to the incognito. I can use the workbench on the ship to check out Aza's mods. Pick which one I want. And that's if I want to. And you know that I want to. Party upgrades. Okay, Aza. So Aza's knife, it's got zap coils. Aza's weapon now deals shock damage and has significantly increased damage, stabbing or electrocuting. It's all the same to Aza. Serrated edge. Aza's weapon now inflicts bleed and has slightly increased damage. Modification also upgrades the dagger's appearance to terrifying. Pommel sap. Aza's weapon now stuns enemies that aren't targeting her. This can only occur once per enemy. It also has increased damage. Vitals finding design. Aza's weapon deals even more damage to enemies not targeting her directly. It also has significantly increased damage in general. Do not ask Aza how this upgrade works. Seriously, don't. So I think I'm gonna go with zap coils. And body armor. Fitted to her. Grants immunity to plasma side effects and increases the effectiveness of her armor. Grants immunity to shock side effects and increases the effectiveness of her armor. Emergency adrenaline injector. The first time Aza would go down each combat, she instead heals to full. also increases the effectiveness of her armor. When not attacking a target, Aza will camouflage herself, preventing enemies from attacking her and granting her a camouflage bonus, also increasing the effectiveness of her armor. So, do I fear plasma or shock more? Shock can stun. Both are damage over time. I seem to come across plasma fairly frequently, though. There's been a couple of shock enemies, but plasma has been more frequent. So let's go with that. Body sword. Marcel's pistol and body armor. Rookie's Reward. Finally, a weapon that learns to get better so you don't have to. Weak spot bonus. Stealth multiplier. Wow. Active pet. With the Zyranium Mantle Wasp. It's an actual pet.
Commander, a moment of your time, if you would? Commander, I'm glad I managed to intercept you before we left. There's something at the forefront of my mind that I'd care to discuss.
I can spare a moment.
I received a message from a close friend of mine, Virgil. He was my co-protege under the Supreme Arbiter. His message claimed he had information relevant to the Supreme Arbiter's death. He wishes to meet with me at the Vox Relay on Paradise Island. You asked before, and I did not mention it, but with Virgil's message, I now must warn you. Our greatest suspect in the Supreme Arbiter's murder is the Protectorate's consul.
Why is the consul your biggest
Our
suspect?
mentor always disdained him thoroughly, and he our mentor. If anyone would have had reason to slay her, it would have been him. But we have needed evidence. Evidence that I believe Virgil now possesses.
How close were you and Virgil?
I would gladly give my life for his, without hesitation, and he for mine. We are brothers beyond blood. It has been some time since the two of us last crossed paths, but little shall have changed between us. Of this, I have no doubt.
Are you sure your co-protege can be
If there
trusted?
is one person throughout all of Arcadia who I can presently trust, it is Virgil. He too seeks the perpetrator of the Supreme Arbiter's death, and he too supports the Sovereign over all else. And that's without mentioning our lifelong friendship.
If the two of you work so well together, why isn't he
It was
here with
actually his suggestion we divide and conquer. As our operational philosophies differ ever so slightly, this seemed a good plan. Virgil often prefers to watch rather than act, and was often lenient with sentencing where I was not. This behavior was often criticized by the Supreme Arbiter, but there have been occasional rare instances where treating a subject with mercy ultimately resulted in better behavior.
It is a novel, albeit strange, philosophy.
I look forward
Very
to
good. I hope we shall see him at your earliest convenience. I feel this shall most certainly set our investigation into motion. I'm glad we made it off Greater Tranquility Station. Presumably the delegates did as well. I'm pleased we prevented their murder. But they remain my enemies, peddling a false peace. But enough of that. What is most important is that we have brought your traitor to justice. She has paid for wronging you and paid for destroying Horizon Point. We can sally forth to cloister unfettered by her or her lackeys and deal wholly with the rift threat.
I'd like to discuss personal matters.
I consider myself an open tome.
How's the life of an arbiter?
Quite well. I am able to uphold justice wherever it may flag. Bolstered, of course, by your steady support. Was there more in this vein you wish to discuss?
How do sentinels and arbiters
In every respect, save being humans, and perhaps even that is arguable in the Sentinels' case. Where arbiters uphold justice and loyalty within the Protectorate, the Sentinels operate on its fringes. They are clandestine operatives, little more than alleyway backstabbers. I find them wholly unnecessary. As you might expect, they are the Consul's pet project.
Tell me more of your relationship with
Virgil
Virgil.
and I are just as close as any blood-related set of individuals. He is a true and able ally, one to be relied upon in almost any circumstance. We make extremely effective compatriots. Where I am swift to action, Virgil often contemplates his deeds before they come to pass. I fear this war favors myself more than him. It's a shame there may only be one Supreme Arbiter. I would enjoy continuing to work beside Virgil. But alas, it is not to be.
What was your upbringing
Straightforward. I was trained from a young age under the tutelage of Supreme Arbiter Marthana Andros, alongside my co-protege. Only those rated most highly on the Protectorate Acumen test could be placed even among the ranks of Arbiters. And to be mentored by the Supreme Arbiter herself was a great honor. Moreover, she taught her proteges to seek out evidence before judging as they saw fit, despite the fact that an Arbiter needs nothing of the sort to declare something a crime.
I'm surprised corruption isn't a bigger problem.
An arbiter would never abuse their power. Every action we take is on behalf of the Sovereign and upholding the Protectorate. In any other society, I could see such a scenario resulting in anarchy, but the Protectorate is matriarch ordained. Our devotion is ironclad.
Yours certainly is. Why do you think the Supreme Arbiter taught you to back up your
As the Protectorate's most elite, we proteges needed to be able to think flexibly and adapt to situations that faced us should they require adaptation. At least, I believe that's why. Would that I could still ask her. Alas.
Wow, making sure a crime happened before you punish someone.
Sneer all you like, but our society has operated in this manner for more than 100 years. Normally, arbiters do not need to prosecute, for all operate as they should. Ask, and I shall answer.
I'd like to gauge your opinion of the
Who
crew.
amongst our motley assortment would you care to discuss?
Ozza. I figured your relationship with Ozza might be a little
I have
contentious.
absolutely no inkling whatsoever why you would choose to bring a deranged cultist aboard. Azza's kind plagued Arcadia even before the invasion. To be forced to call her colleague is almost more than I can bear. I can only hope she does not see it fit to pilot our ship into a rift to sate her own macabre ambitions.
Any thoughts on our order, colleague?
Marisol possesses a calculating resolve that has nothing to do with mathematics. Had I anything to fear from her, she would have struck already. I can work alongside her, but I shall keep my guard high nonetheless.
How's your relationship with Inez?
She is an enemy combatant, and were I not in your command, I would be honor-bound to bring her low. Yet, she is also oddly intriguing. She does not possess the scavenger's appetite of her colleagues. Perhaps if I came to know her better, I might, find techniques to use against her fellows. Her decision to break from the corporatists is impressive indeed. I merely hope it does not muddy the waters of her resolve.
What do you think of Niles?
I find Agent Ibarra most curious. His system of values differs from my own, but not so much as I would expect. I look forward to understanding him better. He faces an interesting dilemma as an isolated member of the Earth Directorate. As do you, of course. I hope you both remain steadfast to your values.
What about
She
Val?
is an endearing piece of engineering. Her continued functionality, despite her advanced age, speaks to a skilled caretaker, though she retains certain quirks. Earlier, she bumped into my head, bleating, "Please do your part to keep the incognito clean. Remove any and all foreign mineral deposits." Verily, idle gossip hardly suits an arbiter anyhow.
That's enough for now. Let's chat more later. I may have to take you with me at some point. If only to gauge... Actually, can I do that here? I can. Ooh, I have others that can do stuff. Alright, so I chose Restoration Operation. Why, okay. 20% health. Valerie uses her life injection module trait. A party member gets low on health. Valerie fires a syringe of healing drugs that heals on impact, has a cooldown between uses. Oh, they have a chance to preserve your bypass shunts when hacking. Integrated mag pick repair. Valerie grants your mag picks a chance to be preserved on use, letting you use them again. Gain a chance to gain additional crafting resources when breaking down items with Valerie in the party. 100% chance of double items on breakdown. 100% chance of double items. Why does it say 100% chance of double items on breakdown twice? Does that mean she has a 200% chance? Why wouldn't it just say 200% chance? I am the confused. I will go with this one just because I don't really break things down. Oh. Strength supplement module. Valerie will fire a syringe containing a powerful stimulant at you when in melee range of any an enemy, healing you for a small amount and temporarily increasing your melee damage and movement speed. Has a cooldown between uses. 20% melee damage and movement speed for 8 seconds. Heals 10% health instantly. Fortitude Supplement Module. Valor will fire a syringe containing a powerful drug at you when suffering a hostile effect, immediately clearing all hostile effect statuses and healing you a small amount. Has a cooldown. Clear all hostile status effects. I think I will take this one. Please. Good, thank you. Okay. Niles. Valerie. Inez. Azza. Marisol. Tristan. Supreme Arbiter's Hammer. Sweet. Protectorate Relic left to Tristan by his fallen mentor. Despite extensive bloody use, it is in immaculate repair. And Tristan's Arbiter Armor. Customized Arbiter Armor assembled from the finest materials the Protectorate has to offer. Suitably dense. Juggernaut. Enemies are more likely to target Tristan, and hostile effects on him last half as long. Harmful status effect duration. Every 3 melee attacks by Tristan activate his hammer's grenade, dealing bonus physical damage in an area around his target. 45 physical damage. Let's go with this. Shield of the Law. When choosing to start a fight using dialogue, Tristan will always taunt enemies in addition to any other speech attack effects. Taunted causes aggression, forcing the afflicted to attack the applier. Huh. Beg for Mercy. When choosing to start a fight with dialogue, Tristan will always frighten enemies in addition to any other. Frighten. The target flees from combat for 8 seconds. Does not apply. Does not affect other. Let's go with the Shield of Law. Zyranium Regeneration. While Tristan is exposed to Zyranium, he rapidly regenerates health. Heal 2.5% every 0.5 seconds. This is what I want for me, damn it. While Tristan is in Zyranium, his companion ability recharges considerably faster. Judgment. Charges at his target, ending the charge with a powerful blow. The target and enemies nearby take massive damage from the hit and are knocked away. Additionally, all enemies in a moderate range around Tristan are taunted by him. Tristan's ability must be fully charged, and you must be targeting an enemy for it to be activated. Supreme Arbiter Hammer. Tristan wields Arbiter Hammer, powerful melee weapon that can also be used as a grenade launcher at range. Okay. Observant Adjudicator. While Tristan is in the party, he has a 25% chance to reveal hidden objects around you automatically. This can only occur if you can't reveal it yourself, such as by having too low of an observation skill. Ooh, this makes him quite invaluable for other characters. I'm observant, but others are not. Rapidly regenerates health when exposed to Zyranium. While in Zyranium, companion ability recharges considerably faster. I think I'm going to go with Zyranium regeneration. They're both Zyranium dependent, but interesting. Alright, I will go there, but I'm not going there right now. First, escape from placid waters. Rescue Waylon Mealing. Former Protectorate a subject asked you to rescue her father from the mental refreshment facility on Praetor. Acquire prototype rift modulator from interstitial reconfiguration center on Praetor. Is that where this is? On Praetor, yeah. So let's go after that. I'll do this one first, though. So, Praetor. New planet to explore. Praetor. Explore Praetor. Let us explore Praetor. Rendezvous with Virgil at the Vox Relay. Oh. I actually should go do that first because that's back on the planet I was just at. Completely brain farted and didn't think. Let's start thinking. I can say it all I want, but it's probably not going to happen. My memory is, well, it's not that I'm not thinking, it's that I don't remember jack crap half the time. If my body didn't give me clear messages, I would probably not remember too crap half the time. Alright, Tristan. I think you and Marisol are going to be I really like Marisol. Oh, wait. I really like Marisol. Her highlight ability that makes the enemy take more damage is really nice. I really like that. I really do. Rally, I do. I mean, rally. Alright. Now, back up near the Vox. Serial in hashtag 5 DJ67108.
Stop right there, Arbiter Rao. Though I am here on official business, I would prefer to keep this cordial. The Consul seeks answers related to your recent activities. I approach you openly in the hopes that you will comply with his request and come with me peaceably.
What do you blather about? Delay me and you will pay the price. Not only do I have more pressing business with a colleague, but I do not answer to Sentinels or the Consul.
Exactly what questions does the Consul have?
Questions of intent. Now, what shall it be, Arbiter Rao? I sent the message that drew you here. Virgil shall not arrive to aid your decision-making.
Virgil's not coming, you say? Curious. And here I was thinking I was already present.
Virgil! Touting your flair for the dramatic, even now I see. But I fear our reunion must wait until we've dealt with this pawn of the Consul.
I had not expected a third party, but it is so much the better. I'm afraid you must come with me as well, Arbiter Montag.
A sentinel demanding anything of me? What madness! Neither Tristan nor I shall accompany you anywhere. Any attempts to force us shall be met with violent reprisal.
The Sentinel said he sent the message to meet here. How did you know where we'd be?
I'm sure he only told you such a thing to lower your guard. All the easier to slide a blade between your ribs. This fool impersonated my credentials, triggering a system alert that led me here. A lowly deception, even for one of the Consul's own.
It was a necessary deception, and one not undertaken lightly. Its aim was to draw your colleague here without bloodshed, for I know he would not have arrived at my request.
I think you'd find a way to justify your actions no matter what.
Your explanation does not pull my heartstrings, Sentinel. Yet you at least had the sense not to assail us outright. Surrender, and perhaps you may yet live.
You may not believe me, but I have much admiration for the work you and Arbiter Montag have done for the Protectorate. I've no wish to fight. Enough loyal subjects have died in this war. Come willingly and peaceably, I beseech you.
What actions does Tristan have to explain? I thought arbiters acted with impunity.
Both Arbiter Rao and Arbiter Montag were explicitly requested to return to Praetor by the Consul, alongside all other arbiters some months ago. Refusal without reason is treasonous.
And I'm sure that if we went, we would have been returned whole, neither interrogated nor mentally refreshed. As if your master's nefarious agenda would allow that.
I've no inkling of what you speak. My only master is the Protectorate. My only agenda, the return of peace throughout Arcadia.
Why didn't you two go when the consul
For the same
summoned
reason
you?
that a sprat would not answer a Canid's invitation to dinner.
Not quite how I would put it. We simply do not answer to the Consul. I viewed answering his summons as contradictory with my present duties, and chose to ignore them.
If you had nothing to hide, you would have answered his summons. Now, I'm here to make certain you can avoid them no longer.
Whisper to Tristan, if you want this to end peacefully, follow my lead.
Very well. But be warned, I'm not exactly trained in the art of improvisation. We'll need a very good reason for my not answering the Consul's summons.
Thought so. It requires either... Oh, 1 point away. If I had put one more point into science, I could have done something here. That intrigues me. He is not exactly trained in the art of improvisation. Very good reason. Well, let's try it. Actually, I was just recruited as a new arbiter. Tristan's my mentor.
Commander, one can't just be recruited as an arbiter. You're designated from birth as one, and raised accordingly.
Ah, I see. That was an attempted scheme of some sort. I'm afraid I cannot allow your attempted subterfuge. We must do battle.
So much for your plan. Violence it is. Sentinel, I accuse you of impersonating a senior arbiter and threatening to unlawfully incarcerate another. I find you guilty on all counts. Prepare for absolution.
I had dearly hoped your refusal to meet the Consul was not rooted in traitorism. But it seems I was wrong. If you expect I should roll over and die, you'll be sorely mistaken.
Standing by to certify.
The word I shall trust.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
I think I just shot Tristan in the back of the head.
Combatant scan.
Let us search the body. Perhaps we might find more information on why he was sent here.
Oculus collating post nav key. Nav key allowing investigation to Oculus collating post. Sentinel Peralt's orders. Well-maintained datapad hosting a brief set of orders for a Sentinel encountered on Paradise Island. Sentinel Peralt, your orders are as follows. Encounter Arbiter Rao by any means necessary. Interrogate Arbiter Rao to discover why he did not return to Central Control. If answer unsatisfactory, return him to Praetor for questioning by the consul. Once complete, travel to Oculus Collating Post. Identify location of extra room. Note, room initially erected in error, but order to demolish was cancelled. Identification of individual who canceled this order shall happen after further information on gathering. Search for information related to the death of the Supreme.
Resolving this situation directly was the proper move. I shudder to imagine what that sentinel may have wrought unchecked. Did you find anything upon his body?
We did. It seems he was looking into the Supreme Arbiter's death. He sought to follow a lead on one Oculus collating post after confronting us here.
What? That can't be. Why would the consul look into his own crime? He must be seeking a patsy. Or this is a convoluted attempt to lure us into a trap.
The consul expected us to kill his agent, loot the body, and thus prepared a trap for us elsewhere? Convoluted is certainly the operative word. We must investigate.
Have you been to this place
Yes,
before?
but never for long, and it's been many years. I also have no recollection of any hidden room, so we may have some hunting to do. I regret we've not had more time to talk,
Thankfully,
Virgil.
I'm very observant.
It has been ages.
Worry not. I'm certain we'll have plenty of time to converse when you've finished your investigation. I have several leads of my own to pursue, as a matter of fact. Until our paths cross again, my friend.
It was a pleasure fighting alongside you, Virgil. Go ahead and do a snack to heal up the rest of the way. Listening for a clue. Do I go after this first? Yeah, let's go after that first. I kind of like the thought of going after that first. There we go. Let's go back to the incognito. There we go, incognito. The plot, like a good stew, thickens. Oculus Collating Post. This space station was once used by the Protectorate to collate seditious speech and mete out judgments accordingly. It was shuttered years ago, largely obsolete in the face of new subject monitoring technologies. Well, let us see. A Protectorate likely means that we're going to have to fight Protectorate people here. So it'd probably be best if I went in with an arbiter. Tristan!
Those fools! Protectorate subjects should know better than to attack a Protectorate arbiter. I had no choice but to judge them as traitors to the Protectorate. Why would they simply open fire? Why wouldn't they attempt to conversate?
Wow, I think I was the problem and it will continue. Got a problem with it, better say so now. That's a dick answer right there that would probably prompt an attack. Maybe they thought you
Then they should have reported me to their superiors rather than attempting to exact justice themselves. I shall continue to answer slights of this nature through violence, but hopefully I shall not need to do this more than a few times.
We shall see. Because you're still coming with me. I'm wondering, should I go with Ozza since she's also Protectorate, or former Protectorate? Technically still Protectorate. Marisol, Marisol. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with Marisol. Because I have a feeling this cannot go peacefully, so...
I recall this place. These stations have been automated since my day, though this one has certainly accrued dust. Odd that it would be in a state of lockdown. I have a general override that should allow us entry, but anything specific to local systems, including security systems, may be beyond me. Places? These security measures should not be operational. And the station seems to be on reserve power. We'd best tread carefully.
Thank you for not caring if I loot your station. Disable traps. Wish I could. Another opportunity to disarm via explosions.
Go for teleportation.
The most ignoble place.
Nope. So there are guns up there too. Let's just continue. Should load me back up right at the door here. I haven't been anywhere in here, so let's just continue. Without the grand plan.
I recall this place. These stations have been automated since my day, though this one has certainly accrued dust. Odd that it would be in a state of lockdown. I have a general override that should allow us entry, but anything specific to local systems, including security systems, may be beyond me. Places? These security measures should not be operational. And the station seems to be on reserve power. We'd best tread carefully.
Okay, so those guns once we tuck them in the wall there.
That weapon ready, Commander. This would be the most ignoble place to end our day.
Back and stand.
long. Oh, we'll be happy with those. I like the long rounds. But I like it in long rounds. Security bourbon. Trench shot. Shite. Last login 999 days ago. Override entry security and unseal central processing. Entry defense is disabled. Central processing gateway unsealed. Latest announcement. With the inception of our new line of listening posts, I have heard some mutterings that this outpost no longer requires the presence of institutional tenders, and that we shall all soon find ourselves replaced with automated systems and sent to serve the Protectorate elsewhere. Do not allow these rumors to bring about idleness. Be sure to replicate the data you are tasked with managing. What is innocent today may be seditious tomorrow. Docking logs. Error. Docking log purged. If this was due to a malfunction, please contact a technician. If this was due to malfeasance, please contact an auditor.
Well, no one is here, lying in ambush. Perhaps some stray systemic error activated the entryway defenses. We'd best first report to security ops. Lift this lockdown. From there, we can set about reactivating the station's primary power, which will allow us to explore unhindered.
Yeah!
There is somebody in there. Pack of cigarettes. Not a fan of the flashlight in this game.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Is that a footprint in the dust? This station shouldn't have received visitors in years. Be on guard. Someone else may be here.
Screws, shock rods.
It seems our intelligence was correct. There's clearly a door here, and I would hazard that we'll be able to open it somewhere on station.
Any thoughts?
We should make sure the station is at full power. If there's an override, that's the only way it will work. Let us go. I feel a strange sense of nostalgia being here, and I do not enjoy it.
¿Qué pasó? This room is fairly well lit. Fried gravel knife. A prism? Heavy revolver. Ooh. That could be good. Dusty chalkboard. The chalkboard is a hodgepodge of half-erased statements, notes, and scribbles, all layered on top of one another. It's difficult to make out anything legible, let alone useful. Read between the lines. Peering amid the myriad marks on the blackboard surface, you find a phrase written in so tight a scrawl you initially mistook it for a single stray chalk marking. Mechanicals can't play pitch ball. Always take long rounds.
My passcode shall not work on this terminal. Unlocking it may be a creative endeavor.
Oh, let me look through this room first. Arbiter, does the Protectorate usually leave random ammunition boxes laying around in abandoned facilities? Because if so, I need to explore some more Protectorate abandoned facilities. Always use ammunition. Heck, this one even had weapons laying about. Seems... counterproductive. Let's go with counterproductive. Officer Regalia, Mark 18 heavy armor. Oof. Breath of the Vindicator. After use, heal 275 health over 3 seconds each time you take reactor room. Access control. Okay, that's where the hidden door is. Alright, let's see if I can do this. Facility status lockdown. Override facility lockdown. Lockdown lifted, reactor room unsealed, sealing security room as precautionary measure. Enter a passphrase to unseal room. Note, improper passphrase will result in reprisal from automated defenses. Room will be unsealed afterward to allow custodians to retrieve your corpse. Determine seal the room, we can search for the password to proceed. My decision is to use this one. Oh, I had hoped. I had hoped for just a moment. If I step into this far corner, does he teleport to me? Yes, he does. Excellent. Alright, so automated defenses. I'm wondering where... Ooh, looks like those two right there will be automated defenses. Passcode. Mechanicals can't play pitch ball. Security room unsealed.
Good effort lifting the lockdown. We may now reactivate the station in the reactor room.
Auto mechanicals can't play pitch ball. Measly 5-bit cartridge, shells. silenced heavy revolver. Pick up Officer Ricky. That's where I came in. Facility with an 11-bit cartridge. 11-bit cartridge. A few more than 8 though. Here.
The reactor activation circuits shall likely be dysfunctional. It's a known issue with these old stations. Let me look. Corroded transistors, dust in the actuator. Did a sprat gnaw on this? Sweet sovereign, what a mess. There. I think I have it. Let us hope my override does not trigger any security alerts.
If it does, we shall have to deal with it. Packed rounds. Did a sprat chew on this? Ooh, a mag pick. Breath of the silver. Breath of the Silver Sovereign. I see. Where is it that I go to look at my inhaler? Because I do not remember, unfortunately. Quest, journal, codex, wireless, inventory. Ah, there it is. No, these are grenades. That is not it. This is it right here. Breath of the Sovereign Silver. 375 health instantly. Grants an unconditional small instant heal. Duration 1 second. 5 seconds. 450. 375 is not bad. Also 550. 450. 550. Pinnacle Perfume Kilo. Pinnacle Perfume Micro. Essence of Vigor Micro. 600 health over duration. Wow. Still 60 toxicity and plus 10. Oh, that gives an additional 10 to Zyranium poisoning. Pinnacle Perfume Micro. 300 instantly. 300 over 5 seconds. Up to 2 times that amount the closer you are to death. 75. $60. Pale, a pair of plasma thruster boot attachments that grant their user the ability to jump midair. So there is one more gadget that I can get from somewhere.
Good. This should avail us of a much simpler search. Let us return to the central room once more and see if anything seems out of place. Reduce them to a slurry!
Check your scope and combatant analysis.
I cannot say I have had to search for a hidden switch in a Protectorate holding before. Keep watch. It could be rather small and well hidden.
Yay, compact rounds.
Ah, I think I've spotted it. Look there at the valve beside the sickly yellow pipe. There behind the room's main pillar.
Go. Excellent.
There.
Done, Tristan.
I'm certain of movement below. Gird yourself with determination.
Passcode is limber. No. Let's try amulet. No. Wingtip. No. Sovereign's gavel. I should remember this. Damn it.
I don't think you're supposed to be here.
Oh! Wait. Oh, no.
Stay whatever fool words you ready in your defense, for they shall avail you not. I accuse you of trespassing upon the private domain of the Sovereign. For these crimes... Wait. I know you. Luther Okada? What in blazes are you doing here? And why do you wear a Sub Rosa uniform?
Because I work for Sub Rosa? More than that, I don't think I can say, Cadet Rao. Mostly because I'm not supposed to, but also because I can't remember.
Cadet
I
Rao?
knew this man when I was still a cadet. Okada is, or was, a petty troublemaker, though a crafty one. As cadets, Virgil and I apprehended him often. Sometimes Virgil let him go, but he usually went to mental refreshment.
Often enough to know the technicians by name. Until I forgot them again.
This truly is no ploy. But mental refreshment is supposed to return wayward subjects to the proper path, not cause... whatever. Despite his faults, the Okada I knew was ultimately benign. But the fact remains that he now trespasses in a secure facility. Duty dictates that I must execute him.
We should interrogate him, see if he knows
That's
anything.
a wise path. One that shall give me time to contemplate what must be done.
An arbiter used the word execute in the last few seconds, yet I remain alive? Didn't think that was possible.
What do you remember about Tristan?
He and the other one must have put me away close to 12 times each. I used to be something of a ne'er-do-well.
Ne'er-do-well is a polite term. He was a repeat malefactor. I believe last time we met, he'd vandalized a janitorial automech in an attempt to make it spew profanity.
I got 18 months of hard labor for that. Served me right.
I've seen more capable spies digging ditches. Okada doesn't seem like he should
As
be
much
here.
as I'd prefer not to admit it, you may be right. Whoever hired him must not have known about his addled mind. They were moving quickly, desperately.
I didn't used to be like this. I can still sneak with the best of them. Not being able to remember doesn't make me any worse as an agent. It doesn't.
Any of my fellow arbiters would have killed you before this conversation. Whether to disdain or pity you.
What exactly were you supposed to do?
I was sent here to do a specific job, but some of the details are hazy. Gives me conniptions.
Leadership. You're in a dire situation. I think your life is more important than keeping
I
quiet.
don't have a choice. Do you think I like having these holes in my memory? There's nothing I can do to answer you.
Letting him go is maybe the morally right answer here. But with everything going on right now, I don't think it's the smart choice. Actually, I have changed my mind. Tristan, I think you had a judgment.
Yes, you're correct. And I shall not waver. Luther Okada, you stand accused of trespassing upon the private domain of the Sovereign, of espionage, of informational theft. For these crimes, I find you guilty of all counts. Prepare for absolution.
If I must die, I will die fighting on my feet.
Threat detected. That's at an end, it would seem. Let us see what remains.
That was a
on the terminal you were so
971
interested in.
damage crit. That was quite nice. 971 damage crit. What was he doing with Tristan's mod kit? Terminal locked. Maximum incorrect access attempts reached. Sealing chamber until user identity confirmed by login. Please enter passcode to verify your login. Self-reminder. Should the code lapse from your memory, recall. Judgment serves as the Arbiter's hammer. What is the Arbiter's scalpel?
The hint pertaining to the passcode on that terminal. I believe I know the answer. It is contained in a phrase the Supreme Arbiter drilled into our heads for many years. An Arbiter's gavel is judgment, and an Arbiter's scalpel is analysis. Try entering that.
Enter analysis. Welcome, Supreme Arbiter Marthana Andros. Last login 11 months ago. Messages. Select a message from the console. Subject error empty. Message contents deleted 236 days ago. To Sovereign Varric. Subject war effort. To my most esteemed Sovereign, I message to inform you of the recent casualty estimates of my Arbiters. In the last year of fighting, we've lost several thousand of Arcadia's finest. This doubles those lost in the first 2 years of fighting together. Each subject taken from us by the Protectorate's enemies has been revenged 100-fold, but the losses continue to mount. I know that whatever pain I feel is only a fraction of what you feel for the losses of your people, just as I know that you must assuredly have a plan for the deliverance from our many foes. I urgently await your command, just as I have awaited it each day for the last 3 years. Supreme Arbiter Andros. Entries. Consul visit. Consul has requested a meeting with me at my quarters on Praetor. Exact intent uncertain, but no doubt involves some convoluted justification for his latest stratagem. It's as if he can sense when I am both at my busiest and least interested in seeing him. The execution he broadcast of those captured exemplars was barbaric. Were these not once our siblings? Could we not have at least interrogated them, broken them, perhaps impressed a few back into Protectorate service? He is a brute who can only see violence as the solution to every problem. but I know it would be a mistake to ignore a request such as this. Perhaps one of my pupils can handle my duties in my temporary absence. It would be a useful learning experience. Oculus collating post. I had never expected it necessary to return to this location after its automation. The Sovereign has assured us that central control is perfectly safe. Yet, as we saw in Golden Ridge with the complete withdrawal of our forces some months ago, the old assumptions are so much cosmic dust. This shall be my secondary office. Scurrying about like an insect is immensely dishonorable, but if I am killed, I shudder to imagine what would become of my arbiters. Preventing this room's demolition during retrofitting process was a prudent move. If only I could convince the Sovereign to use the same prudence when committing my arbiters. But I had best keep thoughts such as that here, where no one else knows to tread. I can only hope the tide of war changes, and soon. Protégé development. My pupils progress tolerably. Latest experiment, period of unsupervised leave on Bastion for a week. 37 arrests total, 6 executions. Listening devices caught Virgil saying the consul's mustache looks like a breadworm. Disappointed at his lack of tact, will need to be severely reprimanded. Should know better than to say that when it could be so easily heard. He's not the only one in need of discipline. Tristan's anger is on a tight leash. His observational acumen is impressive, but he misses details in high-stress situations. Needs to be a better master of himself. Virgil, for his part, keeps steady in dire situations, but he lacks iron. There should have been at least 12 executions this week, but Virgil balked each time he was alone. Perhaps he can gain some of Tristan's mettle. Perhaps Tristan might learn some of Virgil's self-control. The two have become fast friends. I hope this does not hamper them when it comes time for one to prove himself over the other.
From that terminal, it sounds as if the Supreme Arbiter had some sort of business with the Consul. To what end, I wonder? The tone of her response seemed relaxed, but I do not believe she would have met with the Consul unless she had no other choice. And that feckless agent. I don't understand his aim or who he would be working for. Only the Consul. But the Protectorate does not ally itself with Sub Rosa.
Could the Consul have brokered some kind of deal? Seems like he'd have
I
connections.
couldn't imagine the Consul pinning his duties on someone so clearly out of sorts as our recently departed friend. Besides, he has his own agents. Well, at least we found what we needed on the Supreme Arbiter's terminal. I only hope whatever awaits us at Central Control is less tumultuous. I wish I could take more solace in Okata's death. Alas.
You don't need to worry. You did the right thing.
Worry? My only worry is that still other vermin plague Arcadia and the Protectorate, bent on tearing it apart from without or within. Altogether, I think visiting this station was fruitful for my ultimate task. Hopefully, we'll grow ever closer to discovering the Supreme Arbiter's true killer. And, circumstances aside, I appreciate your accompanying me here, Commander. It means much. Now let us return to the Incognito and plan out our next steps.
Debrief on the Incognito. Very neato. The incogniest of Nitos.
It would appear our next stop is Praetor, specifically Central Control. I look forward to traveling there, once you've sufficiently prepared.
What's the deal with this place? Should we expect a fight?
In the past, the locale was shared equally between us Arbiters and the Consul's Sentinels. However, considering the traitors crawling throughout the rest of Arcadia, I fear what duplicity the Consul may have wrought at Central Control.
Has anything we've discovered changed your theory about the murder?
The Sentinel worked on the Consul's behalf. I do note that the agent was an odd wrinkle, but that still does not fly in the face of what I believe.
Sounds good. I'll make the necessary
Excellent.
preparations.
I look forward to it.
Though I am starting to think that it may be best to go talk to the Order in Laplace's garden. Yeah, on the cloister. I think we're going to do cloister first. Get whatever meager assistance
Moment of
we
your
can
time,
with-
Commander. Remember that matter on Cloister I mentioned earlier? Well, since we're here and all, thought we might take it up now. Might be hard to believe, but 20 or so odd years ago, I made a mistake. Feels like high time I righted it. Now I'm out and about again.
Wasn't this about research considered heretical? by
That's
the
where
Order?
the error occurred, I believe. Others judged it such. I shut it down. Believe I was wrong to do so. For many years now, a former colleague of mine's been in a remote spot called Reasons Pass, on account of my decision.
Is she bad at math? Oh, I've never met an Order heretic before. Is she bad at
Hardly.
math?
Quite the opposite, in fact. She's one of the finest minds to ever grace the Order. Her research was unconventional, surely. She was as well. I think with both, we could right things, get the Order back on its intended path.
All right, but I wanted to talk about something else.
Inquire
first.
away. I may even respond.
You were hiding your identity on Golden Ridge a long time. Who are you?
Oh, I am a dedicated member of the Order. Beyond that, there's really little you or anyone need to hear about. Consider yourself lucky. You already know more about me than anyone else I've met in the last 20-odd years.
I've had a few jobs I don't like to talk about either. Why pick?
Dorado appealed to me because it was off the board, but not completely remote. There I could lie low for a time, but observe. So I'd believed. Our department was shuttered shortly after Ruth Pissar took office. To avoid undue attention, I remained in hiding.
Guess you encountered an event you couldn't influence.
To put it mildly, after the incident in question, seeking refuge seemed prudent.
You're pretty secretive. Thought the Order believed in revealing
Information free of context can be off-putting, confusing, dangerous even, if misjudged. I mentioned before I was part of the Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection. My role there, you may recall, was head intercessor. I was tasked to influence pivotal events, to keep the solving of the equation on track. Something occurred. I needed to step off the board a while.
Picked an interesting place to hole up. Meet Marisol's contacted reasons. Okay, I mean, I'm taking Marisol with me anyway, so... This is the Order headquarters, so I think I'm not going to take Tristan with me. I will go with Niles for this.
See that spire? That's the archive right there. The archive.
Pinnacle vitamins. 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 Skill points. I do see them. I will be putting them in momentarily, but I want to look around the landing pad. My ship is crawling with sprats. When I leave here, I'm going to be sorely vexed. Order disciples. Faraday. Alright, I'm gonna go guns. And I'm gonna go guns. Sure, let's do double guns. Sale at the provisions dispenser. Do I want more long bullet ammo? I think I'm going to buy half of their compact rounds. I'm going to buy half of their long rounds. No, not the long rounds, the heavy rounds. Compact rounds. Short rounds. So short, compact, long, and heavy are the four that I'm using. And I think I'm good now on all of them, which probably was good on all of them before, but I wanted to touch one up. Okay, that's all foodstuffs. Scrambler coil. Weak spot attacks on automechs inflict scrambled with a 60-second cooldown that can make attack its allies. If you have the manual reset perk, hacking an automech causes it to be scrambled rather than disabled. Slash resistant plating, damage resistant versus melee attacks. An Urslog tooth? What the hell is an Urslog? I've never heard of that. Apparently there is a new enemy type here somewhere. Mini rockets. Mini rockets. Frost grenade. Sure, I'll buy the recipe for frost grenade. I'm gonna grab the Urslog tooth just because. Just because. Very interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Map. So this process rift data. This solicit the orders support. Okay, so I have to go due south to try to solicit order support. Meet with Anais Bujold, the midpoint to the end point. Stabbing its shadows. Check the Glorious Dawn comm device with Azza. Ooh! Okay. Into helping take the archive. Utilize the archive to process the rift data. Acquire the rift anomaly modulator. Alright, I am going to go...
It's cold as an icebox out here. Don't suppose huddling for warmth's an option?
Mines, foil, energy canister, biomass, plasma beams. Red lighter, nicotine sticks, got some cancer sticks. Economic.
Indignities of the body are nothing contrasted to the Order's future. Keep those eyes open, soldiers. Corneal frostbite be damned. Hold. We're presently observing a ceasefire with Auntie's choice, but its duration may be subject to sudden reversal. Would hate for you to get caught in any crossfire.
Thanks for the warning. So then, may I ask what you're
Gathering
doing?
data on the enemy's movements and behavior. Blizzards raise the degree of difficulty, but that's our problem, not yours.
Sounds like you're having a tough time.
Cloister has been a difficult front, and losing the Archive, first to the invaders and now to the Protectorate, has made it even more painful. Never mind the rifts. If you're looking for a way to help us out, I recommend heading to Laplace's garden. Follow this path and you can't miss it.
Laplace's garden.
Only the finest place on this ice ball. Words aren't sufficient to capture its many quality attributes. Best you observe it yourself. Avalanche collapsed part of the tunnel to the garden, so the safest path is along the cliffside here. Mind your step.
Before we head to the Archive, perhaps we should entreat the Order or Auntie's choice for aid against the Protectorate defenses. Sound to be rather formidable.
Ooh, the cleaner. Sean the Cleaner Stewart. Toxicity crash threshold. You two gonna come in or stand out in the cold? Now then. gonna clean this place out. Alloyed grenadier armor. That is a heater. I am totally not surprised to see one of those on this planet. Not even slightly.
I find your proposed time leisurely. Unaccountably so.
But going any faster grossly increases the threat of collapse. Burying us beneath the snow benefits no one.
So long as we are operating within the statistical parameters given to us. I see absolutely no reason to delay. Pick up the pace.
Hello, farewell. Thank you for the sufficiently compact conversation.
Cigarettes. Come on, game. I could squeeze through there easy.
Have you at least determined the cause of the avalanche?
Alrighty then. I assume that will at some point in the future be finished, cleared out. But not until after I've already. Not until I break on through to the other side.
Have an intellectually stimulating day.
Try not to deviate from the norm.
Kidding me? My deviations are the norm. Ooh, small plasma charge. Always happy to unburden you from further ferrochromium. I say ooh, even though I've mentioned several times that I'm not exactly hurting. Oh, that's a chasm. That's why it's all black. I am so slow on the uptake. Local bounties. The Mangler, Mantisaur Queen. For the crimes of haphazard manslaughter, egregious desecration of human remains, and habitual mastication and consumption of humans. Brief, the Mangler is one of many mantisaurs dropped on Cloister by Auntie's forces. Even for her species, she has proven immensely destructive, intelligent, and resistant to extermination. Of particular note is her special propensity for dismemberment. Mantisaurs are hardly gentle killers, but almost every corpse recovered in this queen's wake has been discovered missing all 4 limbs. For reasons of statistical anomalous viciousness, the Mangler must be eliminated post-haste. Buckshot Bill. For the crimes of organized and disorganized pillaging, theft and ransoming of research, miscellaneous murder, reckless and constant discharging of a firearm, exponentially increasing noise violations. Brief, a once decorated soldier of Auntie's choice, Buckshot Bill was motivated by only one thing, the acquisition of progressively larger and louder firearms. Apparently dissatisfied with the selection of mediocre standard-issue Auntie's choice weapons, Bill convinced his unit to desert. He and his bandits have pillaged a number of Order convoys, stealing the research and technology within. He and his lackeys were last spotted in the northeastern region of Cloister, near an isolated excogitation chapel. Locate Buck from ever harassing the Order again. No bounty for me. I am virtuous. See if there's anything in this end of the tunnel. Just because I'm nosy this way.
Heard that rift near the archive has destabilized. Must be a sign. The Protectorate's latest action clearly runs counter to the plan. Mark my supposition. It's only a matter of time until we're called upon to take back the archive. You're cleared to enter. Go on in.
Transition to Laplace's garden. I wonder if Laplace was a person. Can't imagine what other reason they'd have to call this place Laplace's garden.
Agent, I have a message for you. On behalf of the Order of the Ascendant, and her impermeable wisdom, the presiding bishop Ruth Bassar, welcome to Laplace's garden. The presiding bishop is presently indisposed, but I've been instructed to direct you to the Artificer Laureate for whatever pressing matter has brought you to the garden. She's working in Belvedere Hall's secondary courtyard. Enter the large building at the top of the mesa ahead and follow the first hall on your right.
Artificer Laureate sounds important. What can you
The
tell me about it?
Artificer Laureate is head of the Department of Applied Scientism, overseeing the exemplars, or craftsmen, of our order. Weapons and technology all fall under her purview.
Tell me more about this
Belvedere Hall used to serve primarily as the Garden's hub for all manner of research, instruction, and study. A beacon on the hill of progress.
You said used to?
Since the Order's forced dispossession of Spireton and the Archive, many spaces within the hall have been repurposed to serve as a temporary headquarters. Which is to say, please excuse our mess. We're still remodeling.
This place seems oddly calm for being in a war zone.
Look around you. I don't see a battlefield. Do you?
You know what I meant. The war against the
All
Protector.
conflict is transient in nature. To dwell on the negativity of a moment is to risk missing the opportunity of what comes next. Those in the garden have enough perspective to remain present and to focus on what matters: science and progress.
I'm impressed you managed to say all that with the giant silver spoon in your mouth. Wow. All very respectable goals. The Order should be commended for its foresight.
And you for recognizing such quality of vision. Oh, I nearly forgot. Vicar Alden also asked me to direct you to him. He should be waiting for you in Belvedere Hall's main courtyard, at the top of the stairs. May all your problems precede solutions.
Well, she answered the only other thing I was going to say, so I need to speak with her no more.
Time to see if the rumors about this place are true.
Probability. Don't need more ammo or grenades or food. Scrambler coil. Automechanical stuff. Okay, I don't need these. Caffeine integration point.
I'm cutting you off there, Charles. That's your third conviction today. People will start to worry.
A splinter group has threatened a work stoppage over unfair...
Welcome to the CAF integration point. Will it be caffeine or convictions today?
What are
Convictions are statements which promote personal and professional confidence and well-being, leading to 22.9% more scientific breakthroughs in a given quarter. Interested?
I've got time to kill.
Before I can administer your conviction, I need to ask you a question. In what area of your life do you feel you need the most improvement? Personal or professional?
You could say I've had some professional
Expand
setbacks.
on that for me.
Have you seen the rift in the sky? I could have prevented it.
You are a single gear in the grand workings of the universe. and should not expect to control all of its mechanisms or outcomes.
Thanks for that. I feel strangely better.
Never forget that you are a valuable factor in the universal equation and necessary to advancing the plan. Now then, a brief conversation is customary following the initial service. I haven't seen you around before. New project appointment? Must be an adjustment, all things considered.
No, actually, I'm an Earth Directorate agent on an important mission to save
Earth
Arcadia.
Directorate? In Arcadia? That's rather anomalous. And I'd go as far as to say wholly unexpected. By all means, continue. I'm fascinated to learn the particulars of this little mission of yours.
Surprised you even know about the Earth Directorate. Most Arcadians
What can I
don't seem
say? I'm especially well read.
Not much more to add. I'm trying to stop the rift from destroying your entire
How
colony.
noble and noteworthy. I was under the impression the Order, we had this well in hand, but I'm always happy to have my assumptions corrected. You know, I'm actually nearing the end of my shift. If you're amenable to continuing our chat somewhere more private, I think we could both benefit. Right this way.
That's not suspicious at all. But let's see.
You must be curious why I asked for such a discreet rendezvous.
If you're planning to kill me, just know that's going to go badly.
Kill you? When we're only just getting to know one another? On the contrary, I need your help proving a certain theory of mine. I have adequate reason to believe the Order is conducting a mass experiment on the population of Laplace's garden.
Sounds a little far-fetched.
Recall what you have observed thus far. Isn't it strange how calm everyone is? The Order is in the middle of a war. A war, one might say, they are losing.
So what's the real
The Order is not cultivating its perfect, plan-abiding society through careful ideological pruning, as the laureates would have you believe. It's simple pharmacology. Put bluntly, they're regulating the emotions of everyone in Laplace's garden through drugs in the water supply.
Why would the Order do
Why
that?
would the Order want to create a society of undistractable little academics whose only desire is to advance the plan? I wonder.
You don't seem like you're
I'm
affected.
limiting my water intake and using other pharmaceuticals to combat the effects. It's not a perfect system, but it works adequately enough.
What's the partial effect
It makes
feel
the
like?
mind quieter, like closing the door on a screaming crowd. It's not unpleasant.
It's clearly not harming you or anyone else here, so what's the big
Depends
deal?
on your definition of harm. The Order claims the subjects here supposedly consented to participate, but it was begun prior to the schism with the Protectorate, so who's to say? Regardless, if the Order has made some kind of pharmaceutical breakthrough, imagine how useful it might be to certain parties to know about it in advance.
Who are you working for, Persephone? I know. I guess she pronounced her name as Persephone. I know you're not really with the
I
Order.
represent a group of information traders who would pay well to get their hands on a sample of this drug.
Sub Rosa.
Interested?
You're with Sub Rosa.
So you've heard of us. Good. That makes this easier. My primary task has been to watch the Order. But I'm confident my superiors would agree. Physical proof is of far greater value than mere rumor.
You don't really care about what's happening here, do you? This is all about
No.
money.
This is about control. Everything is.
What happens if I hand over the
Nothing
sample?
nefarious, if that's the needle in your conscience. We only mean to study the drug and consider all of its many applications. I know that must read as terribly vague to you, but I'm not at liberty to provide more detail than that.
Sounds like something worth investigating.
All you need to do is enter water reconditioning and collect a sample of the drug. I believe they call it perspective. This passcode will give you access to the main terminal. Watch the guards patrol before making your way into the facility. If worst comes to worst, I wager Laureate Beckett also has a keycard on him, but that might be tricky to lift. Lately, he's been sitting near the fountains, performing his silly little breathing exercises. If he's not there, then he's likely in conference with the presiding bishop. Whatever you do, be discreet. I can't have any laureates asking questions about me. Understood?
Hold on. If the drug's in the water supply, why can't you just get it from
It's
there?
too diluted by the time it enters circulation. I need the unfiltered drug, which is only accessible to those working in water reconditioning.
Anything else you can do to help me with this
Outside
task?
of work, I have, let's call it an alternative inventory. You'll have to pay, of course, but I'm sure I have something that'll make your job a little easier. And I'd like to
Let's see
offload
it.
some of this merchandise. Sounds like a win-win.
You're definitely going to offload some of these advanced decryption keys, because I am in the market for those. Sentry Blade, sharp working class suit. Enemies lose awareness of the player 50% faster. Plasma head. Gold monocle. 120% toxicity drain rate. Wow, I'm gonna let you heal more often. Quite a bit more often. Recipe Order of the Ascendant Mega. 475 health over duration. How to craft a pharmaceutical. Sure, I'll grab that. Stun Baton Defense Grip. 50% damage resistance. Ferrochromium, Heartless, Lephoria, Sentry Blade, Stun Baton, and 12 mag picks. If I didn't have so many of these, I'd be interested, but I have quite a few of them. I am tempted by this, though. If I was actually playing a stealth build, I would totally be all for this, but I'm not. So.
What a lamentable state of affairs!
Vicar
I
Unicott?
remember the days when Laplace's garden lived up to its estimable purpose. Now look at it. The fountain in disrepair, pedagogy in the park, even the lights above our heads have winked out like stars taken down from the sky.
There's a war going on and you're upset over a few lights not working?
War? Not with the corporatists, surely. That seems to have calmed down, for the moment at least. Oh, you must mean our little ideological dispute with the Protectorate. Piffle. My dear pupil, that is nothing but distraction. The real war is happening here, inside the garden. We are battling for humanity's future, and victory balances on a knife's edge. Nevertheless, one must persist. The plan is good. The shadow of ignorance cannot withstand its light.
You mentioned an issue with the lights. Do you know what the problem is?
I couldn't say. This isn't my college, as it were. I'm a vicar. I tend to people's philosophical needs and leave the management of the garden to others.
I think you've got the wrong person. I don't know how to fix your lights.
No? What a tremendous disappointment. Perhaps in time you will acquire the necessary skills in return. Or someone else will come along, as is the way of things.
What are they? The simplest definition is this. Given the set of natural numbers greater than 1, let's call that set N2. Then a prime
that's
is
nice
any
stealing.
number in the set N2 that is not itself a product of two other numbers in the set N2. A simple definition. Elegant, even uplifting, almost ascendant, you could say, but not redundant.
Confrontationist?
Mind your truth table P's and Q's now.
A second makeup exam will not be offered, so I hope you studied this time, Briar. You may begin now.
Right. No pressure.
Secondary entrance exam for exemplar aspirants. This exam might as well be in another language. You cannot decipher any of the questions, let alone begin to guess at the answers. Explosives.
Such as maintaining the security of the cartridges. In fact, our archive uses primes for that reason and many more.
Student, not only have you failed this exam, but you exceeded my expectations of failure. Every answer misses the mark completely. Whenever I thought you were on the cusp of a coherent idea, you veered down some twisted corridor of math into which I dared not follow. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, for today I am the student and you the instructor, but you still have to retake the exam. Rules are rules.
A sum of two primes? It seems to be so. But no one has ever proven this conjunction. Discover one of these proofs and become the next senior tenured laureate at the tertiary adjunct school of humanistics for the order of the ascendant. Such a lofty, dare I say, elegant goal. Good disquisitions to you all.
For pity's sake, is it the pump or the sealant? Industrial science is mostly theory, they said. You won't have to put your knowledge into practice for years, they said. Now the fountain's broken and I can't. Useless. I'm useless.
Hey, now, I'm sure you aren't useless. A little overly fretful.
Am I fretting? No. No one in the garden frets. Why would they? Well, there was Roberto. But then he was assigned to the delegation and... should have been back by now, actually.
I don't think Roberto's coming
I should
back.
have theorized as much. No one who leaves the garden returns. But I can't afford to let myself be distracted by speculation right now. We had an avalanche recently, not far from the dome. One of these fountains stopped working around the same time. Stands to reason something must have been jostled loose. I recently placed into the industrial sciences, so I've been entrusted to fix the issue. But I've never had to put my knowledge into application before. It's not going well.
Engineering English. So one of the fountains stays broken. Why
The
should
garden
that
is supposed to be perfect, not a stem or stamen out of place. Lack of perfection betrays carelessness, negligence, imprecision. It's basic causal inference. If I can't nip this issue in the proverbial bud, who knows what might happen as a result?
That's a lot of pressure to put on
Pressure
yourself.
keeps undisciplined minds out from positions of greater authority. That's just basic academia.
I wish I could help, but I'm afraid this is outside my
No,
wheelhouse.
of course. You must have business, and I ought to return to my efforts. Idle minds fail to endeavor, and all that.
Confrontation. Weird name for a guard. Have no fear. The first cave dweller to stand upright and peer into the night sky must have been afraid, for they could not perceive their place in the universe as we perceive ours. When you look upon the expanding rifts, do not fear. The rift is a part of the same universal equation as the fragrant flower, the lowly sprat, and you. We are all insignificant variables in the perfection of the cosmos. Instead of dread, choose delight. Instead of fear, choose wonder. Sometimes I envy these order people for being able to believe their bullshit. Maintenance log. One of the automechs that handles food distribution tripped on a box. Started babbling about fish, plankton, sea greens, and protein from the sea over and over. Just repeating a list of the garden's food stores. A quick memory wipe seemed to correct the error. Oracle Laureate Leslie Beckett.
Back again, are we?
Good, you're alive.
No,
I wasn't sure.
not asleep. Merely waiting. I have no idea. Sometime last year, I predetermined an occasion of momentous import would happen today, right here, at these very coordinates.
No offense, but that seems pretty
None
vague.
taken. Oh, but now I've forgotten to introduce myself properly, haven't I? Leslie Beckett, Oracle Laureate, Seer Supreme, leader of the Department of Predictive Analysis, and not terribly good at informal introductions, evidently.
Just can't remember them at the moment. Commander Dino, nice to meet you.
Forgive
Laureate
me if
Beckett.
I don't shake hands. I prefer to keep my skin microbiome free of exogenetic cells. You understand. But now, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the agent we've been expecting. I knew loitering at this location would yield results. I don't suppose you've stumbled upon any of our excogitation chapels around Cloister by chance?
I don't even know what an excogitation chapel
Excogitation chapels are order residencies where one can meditate in solitude on specific theorems relating to the plan. They're scattered all around Cloister. Prior to the war, such focused study led to all manner of breakthroughs, with audio logs routinely kept by the scientician in residence. In these unprecedented times, such logs could harbor hidden wisdom. However, with the war on, I've sadly been unable to get my hands on the last of these recordings.
You mentioned breakthroughs.
All confidential, I'm afraid. Many are still under peer review, but I can assure you, their value is commensurate with, why, the discovery of gravity, or has the potential to be.
Say no more. I'm on the case. I'll hunt down these audio logs.
Oh, no. I couldn't possibly ask you to endanger yourself by seeking out these logs. Cloister is rather treacherous, and some of the chapels are difficult to reach by design. However, if you happened upon these chapels and recovered these logs, I would most certainly be interested in their contents. By my reckoning, the amount of logs to be collected is 4. You have that? 4. No more, no less. Each chapel should have at least one somewhere inside.
While I have you, there's something else I'd like to discuss.
I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Can you speak to rumors about an experiment involving the garden's water supply?
How do you know about that? I mean, that is quite the allegation. I deny it effusively.
Grim visage. Science. Sample perspective. That was convincing.
First, answer me this. What is your interest in this matter?
I'm concerned for the well-being of the people here in Laplace's garden.
As much as I relish the idea of entrusting a stranger with sensitive and potentially incendiary information, I shall have to decline further comment. Perhaps if you were to help me out with recovering those logs I asked for, I could be more amenable to sharing knowledge, but let's put a pin in that for now, shall we? If there's nothing else, I would like to return to my deep breathing exercises.
I think that's fair. Order up force multiplier. That's funny. Hello, Artificer Lard and Enola Craft.
A visitor. It's for the best that you're talking to me now instead of mid-work. I do seem to have a slight propensity for stabbing randomly with my tools when interrupted, but I suppose that's enough time spinning in a statements column. Speak away.
What's that broken contraption on the table in front of
Specifically, a phlogistinated firearm, capable of tunneling through reinforced armor. Broadly, weaponry, research, anything capable of giving our exemplars an edge.
I know my way around guns. Pretty sure I can
Great.
fix that.
I was just thinking, I'd love for a stranger to come along and patronize me so I could blindly hand them experimental order technology.
I received a message that Ruth was indisposed and to speak with you.
What are you... Beckett. Another prediction that he hasn't seen fit to notify me about. A more cynical exemplar might posit his doing this to be intentional. If you're here, I imagine you aim to petition the presiding bishop for her support, which is hardly a surprise. She is the most important individual in Arcadia.
From what I've seen so far, that may well be the case. I'm the most important individual in Arcadia. That's egotistical. Hard to believe. Arcadia's pretty big. In that case, I'd best find a way to make myself useful.
You either already know that the Order is the sole institution capable of saving Arcadia, or you're particularly inclined to ingratiate yourself to me. Either is acceptable. The corporate invaders will suck Arcadia of its resources and cast it to the wind. And the Protectorate are no better than machines. Moreover, once we solve the universal equation, it will benefit all of humanity. You, me, everyone. No more suffering, no more doubt.
Sounds like a good deal.
It is indeed a good deal. But we can return to your initial point. There is a task of pivotal importance to the Order, but I cannot entrust it with just any come-by-chance outsider. As head of the Order's exemplars, it's my responsibility to assess whose aims upon Ruth may be malicious. Prove yourself to me first, then we may discuss the rest.
Just tell me what I have to do to
the
gain your
point.
trust.
Very well. A myriad of cultists have taken over the settlement of Newton, which is a nearby site of historical but not strategic significance. I want them gone. Once there was a bridge stretching from the settlement to the archive, but it was destroyed by a rift. Best keep your distance should you travel there.
For an organization able to predict the future, you sure get caught off guard a lot. Wow. Isn't it risky to send a lone agent? Why not bomb Newton
First,
from afar?
the Order's artillery has long since been rendered inoperable by Protectorate attacks. Second, Newton is a heritage site, so I don't want it reduced to cinders. And third, and most importantly, that would tell me nothing of your trustworthiness. Journey to Newton. Eliminate the cultists to a person. Then we may speak of getting you an audience with Ruth.
What's the significance of this heritage site,
Newton
anyways?
contains the Six Pillars Chantry, which was one of the first temples founded after Arcadia's colonization. It's over 100 years old. The cultists are likely profaning it. But even if they aren't, I don't want them there. Our loss of Newton is symbolic. If we cannot protect it, how can we protect Arcadia? I'll withhold my appreciation until this task is complete. May you act within the equation's confines.
We should collect Azza from the ship first. Unless you don't want the benefits of her inside knowledge of the cult.
I actually agree with you, and had every intention of doing so. Hello, suppressors and practitioners. Well, if it's not considered thievery, I will take it. Oops, that one was, but there was nobody here to see it. Very confusing, actually. Hello, sniper. Conciliator Philo
Well, I'll be
Trezor.
hanged. At the pitter of footsteps at my door, I expected another Order ankle nipper, bent on furthering my disquietude. Philo Tresmer, Protectorate Wordsman at Arms. Mercenary, eh? Your demeanor speaks for itself. In a different life, we might have been enemies. But as far as I'm concerned, anyone here not a traitorous, thrice-damned scientist is a compatriot of mine.
It's nice to meet someone who's not up to their neck in academic miscellaneous.
I'd say the same were I inclined to use the phrase academic miscellanea. I am not. You don't need book learning to teach wayward canids to heal.
I like this guy. If you hate the Order so much, what are you doing
Hate
here?
is an inaccurate phrase. I find them arrogant and exasperating. Without the Protectorate, this little organization would have no holdings to squat in. I am here because the Sovereign has tasked me with bringing these wayward, pretentious toddlers back into the Protectorate fold. Unfortunately, my time here has taught me that only mass death has the power to change the local hearts and minds. Perhaps enough will be alive to save afterwards.
I didn't expect to see anyone from the Protectorate in the heart of Order
I
territory.
am not just anyone. The duty of a liaison is of the utmost importance, requiring due diligence and delicacy. Though I suppose it a mite strange that this task fell to me, as I'd urge the vehement tanning of any wayward body bent on disrespecting the Protectorate. As of yet, that does not include the other Protectorate personnel I've encountered on Cloister, even though they seem loyal to the Consul above all else.
Who is this consul? Is he related to the Sovereign?
The Consul is intended to supplement the Sovereign's rule, acting as a spy master and war coordinator. But of late, he has been overactive. The Consul is doing his duty, but I'm concerned that the people may begin to look to him for guidance instead of the Sovereign. I've heard rumors of late that a foolish minority has become skeptical of the Sovereign's leadership. Madness, I say. We must have faith.
I'd think someone called a conciliator would be more friendly, polite, diplomatic, maybe even approachable.
Listen, you. The Protectorate does not do delegation. The Protectorate has a will that must be upheld. My presence here is a display of more faith than these fools deserve. Niceties are irrelevant, and likely detrimental to the task at hand. I am here to make the Order see the error of their ways. All other particulates are frivolous.
Well, okay then. Very, very interesting indeed. This place confuses me. It almost seems random what's marked as stealing and what's not. I am trying my best not to steal from these people. Not because I'm afraid to, mind you, but because I am trying to get their help.
No admittance without the Artificer Laureate's permission.
Seems a bit counterproductive to steal from them in that case.
The Chamber of Conflict Evaluation and Strategic Planning is currently off limits to non-essential order personnel.
That sounds almost like Garrus from Mass Effect. That is stealing. Burst assault rifle. I mean, yeah, I could totally fix that. Not even really a question. I could also take it and use it, put it to good use. Could be even considered useful. Restricted area. Key card for water reconditioning. I could just pick my way in there, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to do the task asked of me. See if I can stay on the
What is your
Order's good
hypothesis
side.
about the flowers there?
Exposing. Never would have guessed the Order had all this space available, given what we saw at Matriarch's Mercy. Wonder why they're not moving folks in.
The amount of carbon dioxide expelled from your mouth during these musical sequences?
More testing may be required.
Did you just sing electrical signals? Order music is weird. Really? That side of the desk is stealing, but this side is not. I don't understand you, game. Statement of mild disquiet. I was recently made aware of a not oft used complaint box. How quaint. In truth, I have no complaints, only one particular quandary. Some of my neighbors were reassigned recently, yet no one has come to take their place. Where have they gone, and why do their quarters remain empty? Would it not be more appropriate to fill these dormitories with more inquiring minds? Laplace's garden remains as beautiful as ever, but it can feel a bit isolating at times. Anyway, thank you for listening. Defender Bulwark. Assault rifle. What the hell? Lock on rocket launcher plasma barrel. Heavy machine gun sawed off barrel. Okay, heavy machine gun. Shock assault rifle. Heavy revolver. These things. I have some of these. Impact hammer combat grip. Rocket pistol shock barrel. Good God. Trench shotgun. Auto spray SMG. Compact assault rifle. shock rifle. Biomass shotgun. Hextuple barrel? Good God. Oh, good God. Plasma SMG. Antimatter plasma sniper. Ooh. Minigun. Pulse hammer. Okay, we got coagular mushrooms and gears. That is interesting. Hello, order scientician. I don't want to steal a recipe. Especially not for something that I haven't really used at all yet. Some stickatine nicks.
Every day treating the same strains and abrasions. My tenure for a multifactorial disorder. The operating theater is not conducting viewing dissections at this time. That is not an invitation to return to your study and perform exploratory surgery on yourself or a willing volunteer, just to be clear.
That you felt compelled to give that warning is a little concerning.
Not as concerning as some of the scenes I have been called to in the middle of the night. I assure you, the warning is justified. But I trust you are here for a reason other than to discuss scalpel-happy novices.
Do you have
That
anything
is
for
best
sale?
answered through observation. Here, have a look.
Raptidon venom sacs. Okay, nothing too interesting. Essence of Vigor Geiga. Heals 1100 health over duration. Plus 10 uranium poisoning. A recipe on how to craft. I mean, I might as well. Why wouldn't I? Pinnacle Perfume Mega. I have seen this before. Wait. 700 health? Over duration with no uranium poisoning. Sure. I can always get money. Thank you for that. Have been most helpful. Numbing agent and scrap metal, I don't really need them. So I'm not going to bother trying to abscond with them.
A scientician's surplus. No more than what you need.
So why are there no green stones?
Smart researchers patronize the scientician's surplus. Quality goods at algorithmically determined prices.
It's because any star emitting green light also emits bluish and or reddish light too, resulting in a non-green star. There is no naturally occurring stellar composition that emits solely packets of green light. In fact, such a composition itself would constitute evidence for intelligent interference, and no such evidence of any kind has ever been detected. Let's get back to Luther Odescard, the famous stellar cartographer. The methodology of the Odescard's chromospectral survey was straightforward. He partitioned his astronomical field of view into grids then tagged each object in every grid. He ignored empty regions, as black would only dim the color and not change its
Tenured cure. Tenured queer
every
ass.
galaxy, star, nebula, and
Order
quasar
Purveyor
was gathered and
Elwood.
fed into a
Welcome to the
central
Scientician Surplus. I am the Scientician in question. Any inquiries about the stock may be directed to me.
to within 0.5% of the predicted value.
Straightforward. I like it. Reading needs a little more pizzazz. Make me feel excited to buy something. I'm surprised you're allowed to keep so much sitting stock when there's a war going
It's
on.
there in the name. Surplus.
While the saturation is a mere 9%, and the value
Of course you would.
Well, okay then. Crabble hatchling? Pet for your ship automatically sent to you. Oh, pet crabble. Shock dispenser, cover fire. Heavy rounds. Want to be a good leader? Know your team, appreciate them, and respect them. And use this gun a lot. Inspiration. Firing this weapon builds confidence in your companions, granting them increased movement speed, firing rate, and accuracy. Maximum effect increases with leadership skill. Lock on rocket launcher, grenadier helmet, tenured cuirass, tactical rebreather 2.0, energy recharge rate. 3% of incoming damage is automatically converted into energy. Grenadier armor, a burst assault rifle. Plasma pistol. $99 times 3. That tells me this is probably a burst fire rifle. %80 bonus to weak spot damage. I want this.
or local predictor.
Thank you for the crabble. Clear out the cultists from Newton. Controlling for convenience. Escape from placid waters. The singing subject escaped from the mental refreshment suit. Curious case of the cankered chef. Fort Endurance. On Praetor. Alright, so that's on Praetor. I'm thinking I take those two again and do them both at once. That's what I'm thinking. Back to the incognito so that I can switch party members. I'm gonna switch them good. Alright, sorry Niles, I need Azza. Alright, and the exploration begins. Since it's right here, I might as well start. Gotcha.
What could possibly be keeping the repair personnel so long? Oh, greetings. By any chance, did you happen to encounter the repair personnel I dispatched to Resistor Bank 2789B12?
No, I didn't. What's wrong with the resistor
Our new
bank?
JTY-1030 resistor banks are built with enough durability to suffer through a tremendous amount of misuse. But the brutish handling by the Protectorate is too much for it. The misuse is causing moisture uptake, which causes the resistors to give off more heat. In the snow, that means more moisture, which means even more heat. I'm sure you can observe that the problem is cyclical in nature. I don't suppose you'd be willing to aid me in fixing this?
Any idea what could be keeping the repair person?
Ursopods, Protectorate forces, rogue scrappers, blizzards, mantisaurs, maybe even Auntie's choice forces. Truly a smorgasbord of unfortunate options.
Sure, let's have you spell it out. Why is the excess heat such a problem?
In the short term, it's wreaking havoc with the weather and causing small, localized blizzards. Long term, the Archive would suffer irreparable damage to multiple systems. Undoubtedly, this would reduce its maximum operations per millisecond. Obviously, this is unacceptable. I loathe that, for now, our actions may aid the Protectorate, but we must protect the Archive.
Where can I find the damage resistor?
It's down in the valley just southwest of the Archive. The heat has liquefied all the snow off the glass surface. It is an easy location to observe.
Sure,
This is most appreciated. Unfortunately, the previous repair personnel took the only repair kit I had on hand. I'll mark the coordinates of the resistor bank on your map, but locating the repair personnel will be up to you. If you find him, you find the kit. I hope. Otherwise, the repair will be most difficult. I'll guide you.
Law and my personal sense of curiosity. Both. Let's go to the Laplace Garden outskirts. No sense in running all that way. Not when there are much more productive places that I could be running.
Did you receive your personalized order prediction yet? I'll admit to a bit of trepidation in regards to opening mine. This is the first one I've received since deployment.
Honestly, the ones you get in the field are lifesavers. I would have been dead 3 times over without mine.
Oh, that does set my mind at ease. Now, let's see. Mine says, don't consume tea this morning. Oh.
You already consumed this morning's tea, haven't you?
Yes.
I shall send flowers to your funeral.
Use caution as you progress. There's been reports of ursopods in the area.
Okay, that's interesting. I've never fought an ursopod. This is not common.
Weapon prime!
Nullifying unknown.
Hey, ursopod convenient.
Was a close one.
I mean, I appreciate the unnecessary assistance. Ursopod brain. Order disciple. Okay, now I have a burst machine gun. Interesting. Most interesting indeed. Architects Vries. Huh.
Soldier, please assess your pain on a variable scale of 1 to 100, with 1 being entirely pain-free and 100 being the worst pain you can imagine.
There is far too much variability in that scale. The amount of pain I can imagine is hardly an objective measure of the maximum amount of pain I could actually feel.
Your observation is correct, which is a diagnostic in its own right. Now, if you were to indicate, using a scale of 0.4 to 12.7, how close you are to going into shock?
Sadly, that scale is entirely beyond my current comprehension, thus leading me to believe I'm already in shock, and the question itself was the actual test.
Excellent. Our diagnostic is complete, and you should feel free to resume bemoaning your agony.
Clinic Chemset. The chemical formulator seems to have been prepped with everything necessary to create a trauma kit, but is missing some components. It looks like if you had a high-quality fabric of some kind, you could complete the process, which I most certainly do, but I sadly lack the medical know-how to continue to successfully fabricate said trauma kit. Don't be such a complainer.
Yeah.
Compass, order coercer. Wonder what you guys were injured by. Pills and a pocket watch. Okay, so there doesn't appear to be anything of immediate interest here. Let's continue. That was interesting. Hello, Verdless. I will take you and your friend across the way. Well, that looks unfortunate. Junior scientist Robert Jurgens.
Do you see these magnificent weapons? They have the greatest destructive potential the Protectorate can bring to bear. Tell me then, why should they not have been installed here?
Not an issue of ammunition or targeting calculation capacity. Is it because of the low ambient temperature on Cloister?
Very astute. The ambient temperature is indeed below a critical threshold at all times, yet the Protectorate ignored our warnings repeatedly.
Instances like this, are they reason for the Great Schism?
Correct. At every turn we tried to guide them with logic and reason, but they could not see past their own hubris. Thank the architect we are no longer exposed to such.
Keep expecting to find another pitch ball card somewhere, but have not yet. Would be more saddened that I can't steal that if I needed it. I do not have that. Nope, that's just foil.
Another object, just gone. Nothing should work that way. No matter how often the data's...
Excuse me, I don't think you have the authoriz...
It's fine, but don't get too close. You won't survive direct contact with the rift.
Fascinating. It seems gravity doesn't apply to the rift, but it somehow maintains its position in space relative to the solar system.
Salutations. We've been doing our utmost to find ways to manipulate this rift or extract data from it. Unfortunately, our efforts have been ineffective thus far. I suppose it's too much to hope for, but would you, perchance, happen to have any practical experience with or mathematical understanding of the rift phenomena?
I have a few ideas. Let me get back to you. No idea if that bullet did anything, but it was fun trying because I got to shoot a gun. I got to shoot a gun. I got to have a little jacket witch. No one's here to stop me, so I might as well do that. And I want this. Foil. I'm gonna take the gun, I might as well take the ammo. Weak spot damage. A periscope helmet. I keep wanting to read that as persicope, and that means absolutely nothing, so it confuses the crap out of me every time my brain thinks it. Still no pitchball cards, which is what I go so thoroughly over these areas hoping to find. It has worked out for me a few different times. But it has not yet on this planet.
Captain. I fear I have a confession to make. I have found being present on Cloister underwhelming.
Really? What part about the situation is underwhelming? The corporate invaders killing our scientists en masse? The Protectorate's subjects raising our research? I sincerely hope you're not about to tell me it's the weather.
What? No, I lost my thread of thought.
I might posit a guess. The underwhelming part is probably the fact that he's stuck out here instead of on the front lines. You see, he's a soldier. Fighting is what he was trained for, and he's not being allowed to do much of it. It seems the obvious assumption.
And how did you sleep?
Decidedly horrible. If it was any colder, I'd be dead. And those Protectorate loudspeakers playing all night remind me of the pre-schism days.
I've been hearing them in my dreams.
I mean, it's not red, so they're not going to frown at you for it, so... Although this stuff is labeled as stealing, so if you ladies would kindly get your asses in here. Come on. There you go. Good job. Now that I am alone, I will clear out this room for the glory of me. Gloop grenade? It's the first time I've heard anything about gloop since the first game. And I'm a good ways into this one.
Suddenly I'm kicked from Laplace's garden and sent into war. War! The longer I am out here, the more I realize I don't feel quite right. It's as if I'm itching for something badly. For 3 years I felt not a hint of fear, and now it's unshakable. Oh, put me back in the garden, please.
Antis can't even direct their deployment of food drops properly. I suppose I better clean this mess up.
I heard they analyzed these in a lab months ago. They're almost pure sugar and artificial flavors with virtually no nutritional value.
I read that report, actually. I have a level 1 in chemistry, and I have no idea what most of the artificial compounds in it are. The lab techs refuse to even attempt to consume it.
Seriously? That definitely feels like a flaw in their methodology that someone should, rectify. Do you want to try it?
Yes.
More order people.
Your shift on the front line is about to start. Bid farewell to the fire.
Well, I would happily oblige and leave the warmth and the freezing temperatures, but if you recall, we traded shifts last week.
That may well be true, but it seems to me I do recall you still owe me a favor, and I am formally invoking said favor. Now,
Like, damn it all. Okay, just a few more minutes. At least until I feel my toes again.
Void, damn it all. The Xyranium grenade looks a little bit like it's designed after a Stein handle. Order field medic.
Stay focused. Keep your head down. Breathe. Recite pi to 1,000 digits to calm yourself.
Recite pi to 1,000 digits to calm yourself.
What do you think those Protectorate subjects are doing over there?
Probably genuflecting to the Sovereign. Next poor fool who pops their head up will find themselves suddenly deceased.
Look at all this. Perfectly good salvage laying out here in the cold. Why did I not expect that? I jumped so hard right there, and it barely did any damage to me. I'm in light armor. I don't understand how that did not hurt more. I practically stepped right on top of the damn thing. Not the first minefield I've cleared in this war. Won't be the last, I'm sure. Oh, I must have hit the barbed wire.
Do I hear hammering from the other stations?
Don't question it. Just be glad I brought a blowtorch.
Don't question.
This seems rather extreme. Are you sure you can't simply unbolt it?
As I already stated, the weather has iced over the bolts. They require the application of concussive force before they can be manipulated.
My poor terminal does not deserve such abuse.
If it weren't for your lead fingers, I would not need to repair the input panel to begin with. Now stand back and let me get on with it. The sooner I finish, the sooner you can go back to processing Rift data.
Like the little Xyranium ditch they got over here.
Protectorate law. Warning. You are approaching a Protectorate checkpoint. All Protectorate subjects should prepare to be questioned, searched, voice analyzed, and phrenologically printed.
They are marked as hostiles.
Stabbed, blown up, eviscerated.
Proceeding to attack.
Refilling my weapon!
have a fix on their weaknesses. Do try to limit further damage.
Crap.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Combatant scanned. Investigating hostile intentions.
Gotcha.
Standing by to stupefy.
Oh. Not so bad at all. Ow. Damn body. Weirdly. It must have been weirdly sculpted, blocking my shot. But it apparently was. Abwich. Pop, the Spirit Yelnik. The Spirit Yelnik, our seers have determined that you are likely to forget your metal detector today. We strongly encourage you to remember your metal detector. We strongly urge you to remember your metal detector. Ooh, that one was well taken. Almost didn't see it at all. Almost. Glorious Dawn threat warning. Attention all Protectorate forces. It has come to Command's notice that the Glorious Dawn has created a secondary camp to the south of Spireton. Though there may be similarities between the two cults, the Glorious Dawn are not to be confused with the more mundane traitors who compromise the ranks of the Order of the Ascended. They are far more violent and unstable, often throwing themselves at the guns of their enemies with little regard for their own lives. Extreme caution is advised. Praise the Sovereign Warden Hilkins.
It's clear. Go, go, go!
Private Officer Log Captain Dremsley IV. My usual day today has gotten rather strange of late. Recently I've had an influx of new recruits in the form of demoted officers, accompanied by explicit instructions that they should fight on the front lines. Additionally, the usual sign-off and paperwork around such has been waived. This is concerning, to say the least. Every time I try and examine these issues more closely, the Consul's new administration prevents my investigation at every turn. Asking the demoted officers what happened generally results in a quick shake of the head and a paling of the skin. They all very obviously have a vested interest in not talking about it. Law, I don't want to say that my faith in the Protectorate has been shaken, but I'd be lying if I didn't say the current turn of events has left me uneasy. For the time being, I'll hold off on further questioning, lest I wind up as a new recruit in some other officer's camp.
That, as they say, is that. What's next? Next up, music to invigorate your mind.
I just picked up a dorky.
The greater good at a brisk pace, with a true adherence zeal.
just about anything. Just about. I don't have all of the lockpicking ability, but I do have most of it. Shock assault rifle. Okay. Choice bits and bobs and bits. I wonder if I could do that in the other one over there. Ah, this one is actually completely locked. It's my music box. White man, Harlow. Oh. Father and his weird comedy. Weird comedy that taken out of context can sound great. No underneath. That. Okay, well, that's been cleared. Damaged resistor bank. Oh, scrappers. Okay. So there are order people and scrappers warring with the protectorate here. No red on the radar yet, but I know it's a-coming. I know it's coming. Died with his last drink on his lips. Ah, there's the red I've been watching for. I've been looking for it. A dragoon. Come on, you buffoon. Holy crap. I just two-shot that dragoon.
analyzed. Lay down fire.
Earth Directorate found a flaw in you. Easily startled. You're so easily surprised that you always try to get the jump on enemies. Getting caught leaves you open to damage for a short time, but you are better at stealth now. Minus 25% footsteps volume, minus 25% NPC awareness detection rate. Your damage resistance and evasion are ignored for 8 seconds when caught by an instigator. No, I think I want that. This isn't trying to be a stealth build. This is just my playstyle. Whoa. Cannonade mech, what? Yeah, I see you over there. As long as you don't see me, we're good. I imagine that I will have to fight you at some point. That point does not have to be right now. Ooh. Normal. Again, for some reason, I stopped looking for mines. Should not do that. This is an active war zone after all. Alright, let's try this. Because I want to know how difficult it is, and I am apparently a glutton for punishment.
Ratcheting up my aggression. Check your scopes for combatant analysis.
Okay, that wasn't as bad as it could have been. Resistor repair. Repair order. Resistor bank 2789B12 is experiencing overheating due to a partial failure and misalignment of the governor, which controls the input voltage. For the time being, it needs to be physically recalibrated. Once we have a team available, we will dispatch a unit of level of level 3 archive engineers to fine-tune the controls on the roof for a better, more permanent fix. To repair personnel, please take with you a standard resistor repair kit to effect the temporary repairs. Report back to the engineer in charge of the relay station near the northeast landing platform. Probably requires either science or engineering that I don't have. Variable resistor monitor. This device automatically controls the governor depending on the needs of the local system. It seems to be misaligned and could use some tuning. Yeah, science 3. One more science and I'd be able to do that though. But it is a science that I do not have. Governor Control Unit. This unit controls how much voltage goes into the resistor bank. It seems to not be working properly. Fix the Governor Control Unit with the resistor repair kit. Successfully repaired. Okay. Again, I stopped watching mines. Not very smart of me. There was still one there. Very close, wasn't there?
have a fix on their weaknesses.
Fireton. What a massacre. And we missed it.
Indeed we did. Well, at least there are protectorate losses here too. For all order. Because there is a lot of dead order here. This trench seems to be all protectorate though. Quite a freaking lot of troops one way or the other. Ah, it is a dead Sprat. Jack Sprat could eat no fat. His wife could eat. Couldn't or wouldn't. That was a Zeranium grenade that I used the first time. Protector and actively fighting mantisaurs down here.
Recharged for mayhem!
Gotcha.
Resorting to violence. Check your scopes for combatant analysis.
Pitchball sticks held in the standard Death Tender grip. Ready?
This place is a graveyard. No denying it.
Ratcheting up my aggression. Combatant scan. Investigating hostile intentions.
Unfortunate, because that man right there looks like he might have had some good chat on him. So many dead things. Both organic and inorganic. You know what? I'm almost at the end. Let's just go on down to the end of the trench. Wonder how many of these sprats died in the fighting and how many of them actually, like, froze to death. You cannot stop me. I am a determined thief. Though I prefer to think of it as looting. Falling back to Spyreton for several frigid, and if I'm honest, frightening months, these trenches have been my home. I have chipped at the water of my shaving kit each morning. I have dug a fresh latrine no less than weekly, and by the month I have cycled and recycled through our rations with such scheduled regularity that I can recite their upcoming order by heart. Yet, inexplicably, I will miss them. We have received orders to withdraw from this forward line and rally inside of Spyreton. There I will have a warm bed, hot rations, and a roof to stop mortar fire. Yet part of me will miss this place. It is impossible to believe the war makes progress as you huddle meekly in a base, yet we must never doubt the sovereign's plans bear fruit. And if he in his wisdom says I am to be treated to 3 daily meals served to my plate by a ladle, then who am I to question? Ooh, that accrued very quickly. Great.
I'll handle this.
And little walking mine. Cloister shivering sprat tongue. What? This is one hell of a long trench. Logan Wall. +1 toxicity crash threshold. What the hell was that noise? Oh! A Vulperine. Odd ferrochromium deposit. I'm not against it. No, I do not mind it at all. Okay, good. Spireton, that's good. Back to the trench. I'm going to save it here, and this is where I'm going to call it. Tomorrow, it remains to be seen whether or not I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Either way, there will be word given, either through the ads I usually post up, or something. I will definitely post on the Discord one way or the other. Like I'll have word posted if I'm not streaming. I'm going to play D&D tomorrow, but it's an earlier game. Depends on how late the D&D game runs as to whether or not I'll be streaming tomorrow. But yeah, even if I don't stream, I'll post upward. But this is where I'm gonna stop for tonight. It is 12:50 a.m. That's 50 minutes after midnight, U.S. Central Time. I want to take a minute to thank anybody that might have stuck their head in this evening, anyone who might be lurking, anyone who might be watching the VOD. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I hope everybody sleeps very well this evening. I hope everyone has a fantastic day tomorrow. And assuming that tomorrow's stream happens, it will be Assassin's Creed Valhalla again. So anyone interested, keep an eye out to see whether or not tomorrow's stream is going to happen. But until that happens,